Cool. Test. Checking if everything works here. Marvin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep, I can.
And Tausi, if you're here as well. Perfect. We usually have some background music on. Not sure if we can enable it while some people join. And we give it 2 more minutes to get started. Thank you, everyone, for joining so far. Okay, no music available today. That's fine too. But happy Friday, everyone. Marvin, Tausif, how are you guys doing? All good?
Good. How are you?
Cool.
Good.
Yes, it's a Friday evening here in Berlin. You guys join in from different time zones, so maybe not evening, but very excited to host the space here today. Cool. And hello, everyone, for joining. I think we can kick it off and start this very exciting space here today. I'm Zoe, VP and partner at Fala Network, and host and moderator of this session today. We are going to talk about TEs for decentralized AI. And besides this being an amazing topic, we also celebrate the end of our 60 Days of TE campaign. It's a campaign that Fala has initiated 60 days ago with several partners where we have hosted already amazing workshops, X spaces, and released great content about trusted execution environments, about basics of trusted execution environments, how TEs can enable different use cases. And today we are closing this campaign with a major partnership announcement, also with IONET, about TEs for decentralized AI. So this is the general topic, and we are super excited to have Tausif here, who is VP of Business Development at IONET. And as I mentioned, Fana has just recently announced a strategic partnership with IONET, and this is what we are going to discuss and highlight today, while we are diving deep into what TEs can do for decentralized AI. So, Tausuf, if you want to take the stage first, introduce yourself a little bit. I know IONET is does not maybe need like a detailed introduction, but please, for everyone that's new here, the stage is yours for an introduction.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to do that. So first of all, thanks for having me on. It's a pleasure to be here. So for those who don't know me, my name is Tassif Ahmed. I'm the VP of Business Development here at IO.net. And for those unfamiliar with IO.net, we are a decentralized GPU compute platform built on Solana. So we essentially take a latent compute capacity across a variety of distributed sources globally, pull that into our network, layer on ML frameworks and libraries on top, making it easier for AI ML developers to build, and essentially offer up that compute to a variety of AI ML startups, enterprises, research labs, all the way to sort of like independent developers. Yeah, so I think for just to kind of add a little bit more to it, my focus primarily as VP of Business Development is on the supplier side, managing relationships with all of our independent data centers, crypto projects, crypto miners, long tail of community, and then also focused on sales and demand, the revenue side, working with a variety of AI ML startups and research labs, plus also all things related to partnerships, which has brought me to work more closely with Follow Network.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And I must say, you have a very interesting, like, and powerful bio, right? You worked with Kraken before, also did like a lot of Web2 sales and partnerships for AWS, Amazon Music, and Deloitte. So definitely a strong bio, and great to have you in the Web3 space working with Fala closely. And of course, an X space hosted by Fala without our co-founder Marvin would not be the same. So welcome, Marvin. Good morning to the West Coast. If you want to say some welcome words.
Yeah, morning. Hi everyone. Yeah, just want to say hi to everyone here and thank you for Jose, for joining our space. I guess today's it's just like I think people don't join like Twitter space too much in Friday night, so we got very few audience here. But thank you everyone who joined this AMA. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. We see a lot of community members. This space is also recorded, and we always like to recap on this discussion afterwards. So
Yeah.
definitely we will discuss good content here today. And Klaus, you already said this. I think the conversation today is interesting because, I mean, io.net actually states it also on the website, right? Like the biggest compute network. Fala has like a similar slogan, but we actually say like we are the biggest compute cloud based on the number of TE nodes. And this is exactly the intersection because we are partnering with you guys, with io.net, specifically to bring trusted execution environments to like the overall GPU or the cloud sphere for the use case of AI. So I think it's very interesting to have these two companies with like a similar approach, but with specific expertise on like the hardware side or the security side, joining forces for the overall use case. And Taus, if you mentioned already a bit, like, of course, the general introduction, but could you maybe recap a little bit? Because io.net is around for quite a while, right? When the strategic approach towards AI appeared, or was it always there? Or like, how do you guys, why do you position towards the AI space as of now?
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to speak about that. I think that's a really great question. So I think the way we kind of approach it, there's a few different aspects of sort of like the AI tech stack that you can sort of like think about, right? Like there's sort of like the foundational layer at the bottom of, the actual like compute layer, like the pure sort of like resources and the compute resources that are needed to make the whole sort of AI sphere function. And on top of that, you have kind of like the data layer where you actually need to sort of like feed in data to a variety of models to like train them and things like that. On top, and above that, you have the actual model layer, and then apps sort of like build on top of models. So the overall AI tech stack and sort of like infra application layer is sort of like fairly complex, has a lot of different layers, and a lot of variety of areas that kind of value can flow to and value can kind of like accrue to. So I think for us as IONET, we, kind of obviously took a sort of holistic view of this whole sort of AI tech stack and decided to kind of focus and kind of like start off our journey primarily on that foundational layer, right? Of essentially being focused on compute. And I think where we kind of start off, whether it's sort of like the reasoning behind kind of why we started off there, primarily was, as you can kind of remember over the past year, the GPU and compute shortage story that's been affecting sort of all AI/ML developers and startups everywhere, right? It's like with a lot of like centralized incumbents kind of taking up all the GPU compute resources from NVIDIA. Like, you hear about OpenAI and Grok and Meta like buying up hundreds of thousands of, like H100s and forming these like super mega clusters to train their sort of like massive AI models. It became really difficult for a variety of different pretty much everyone else in the AI space to get access to compute. And I think we essentially identified an opportunity there to kind of pull together a lot of latent compute capacity that's spread out globally, but isn't necessarily coordinated in a meaningful way to be accessible to all developers everywhere. So this seemed to be a perfect area where, sort of like the mechanics of blockchain could be overlaid on essentially a distribution and coordination problem in compute, and then essentially kind of be able to coordinate that and offer it at a lower cost structure to developers everywhere. So that was kind of like the main thesis behind how IONET formed, why we kind of really doubled down on this decentralized compute story. Essentially tried to build the largest kind of like deep-in compute network out there. But as we kind of drove from here and look to the future, I think obviously we have a significant number of GPUs on the platform, but now we're moving more towards like solving real world use cases and essentially being able to drive the utilization of those GPUs as well, right? So I think as we kind of move forward from here, we'll start to look at a lot of those different layers of the AI tech stack and kind of move into more partnerships or products where we actually can present a more sort of like holistic AI ML like model development solution to the market. So can't speak too much about that today, but I think just to kind of give you a preview of sort of how we're thinking about our strategy going forward, you'll start to see us move more and more from the foundational layer into sort of like different aspects of the AI ML tech stack.
Perfect. Yeah, and I mean, we see this. We talk about the specific hardware also in a little bit, but I mean, this is why Fala partners with IONET is really also to solve this problem, right? Like you guys have access to this hardware. Everyone knows, like Fala's TE Cloud is originally based on CPU, and the CPU hardware is provided by the community. So Fala or HashForest, the company, does not necessarily provide this hardware, and that's why now when we enabled like TE on GPU, we needed to partner with companies or teams that have access to this, right? And that's why this one is very important for us to evolve AI, but also to find the right partners like IONET that have this specific hardware. And Marvin, could you summarize a little bit on the strategy side of why this collaboration, our strategic partnership with IONET is crucial to us? Why is it so important for Fala's AI strategy?
Sure. Yeah. So um, Fala is aimed to build like security off-chain environment to execute these computation programs in a security way. So this is our mission, and we aim to do that to scale the capability of Web3 and blockchains, especially like Ethereum or Solana, Polkadot. So all of our strategies are like built around based on this mission. So a couple of years ago, when we established our network for this P2P computation network, security execution environment, which most people know the term is TEE, Trusted Execution Environment, is the core part of Fala infrastructure. So our strategy is like we scale the hardware based on what we want to deliver in software level. So, for example, in our softwares, we want to engage the hard I mean we want to engage the programs that enable security, privacy, and trust. So, and we want to be able to open up the capability of uh, uh, multi-type of virtual machines and program type, not just a Solidity program, but also like JavaScript or other type of programs. So, yeah, so we are building a software in block space instead of hardwares, and we accept hardwares step by step based on their security levels. So this is why in the beginning, the first 2 or 3 years of Fala Network, you majorly see like we accept Intel SGX CPUs as the hardwares. But since last year, things began to change, right? First of all, like AI as a use case begin to like just increase rapidly, and everybody is using it now. So it means that in the demand end, the GPU is also fitting into a demand-driven market. So and in this year, NVIDIA the latest hardware chips like H100, H200, it's very AI focused GPU type of hardware begin to open up the confidential compute functions. So it means that like before this year, before 2024, there's no GPU TE, and this year they open up the TE. So it means that uh, both the market and the hardware providers are ready to go into a TE block space. So we begin to integrate the GPU TE into our network. and trying to make a good service to the Web3 AI use case. So I think this is the why now 2022, why the timing question, why we begin to accept the GPU TE into our. And as you know, like IONET, as one of the biggest decentralized computer marketplace in the world. Of course, IONET also have CPUs, and the most impressive part is you can always run GPUs available on IONET on this. So this is why we collaborated with IONET team and foundation to offer the security GPU services to Web3 world. And besides that, I mean, our collaboration have multi layers, right? Like hardware integration, or finding the best AI use case in Web3. And just to share here, we also co-researching on some work to maybe shape the very pioneer benchmark for the latest GPU performance of AI inference, and maybe training in the future. So yeah, I guess this is why we collaborate with L9 and how they can help us.
Great. Thank you for summarizing. And really important for the audience, I think, to understand is that the hardware, like on the GPU side, is only ready now, right, to enable TE. So this really enables or opens up a great market and use case that we are discussing today. And Tausif, back to you. It's like not only based on the time, right? That the GPU hardware that you have access to, that you guys own, is now able to enable these security mechanisms. Besides this, why is IONET interested in like working with Fala for TE security on the GPU side?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think there's some really, really critical points that Marvin just mentioned there, right? So I think first, in terms of like the actual, the ability of the hardware to kind of like move into TE, like just it's a very recent sort of like development that's perfectly timed with sort of being able to think about like distributed compute and distributed AI training, right? So I think Fellow Network being, one of the leaders in the TE space, it made a lot of sense for us to sort of like collaborate and build a strategic partnership here and sort of explore how both companies can kind of work together to sort of like really progress the mission of security and privacy and confidential compute in the Web3 and AI space specifically. So I think that's sort of part of where this partnership started from. And I think, to kind of like take a step back a little bit and give a little bit more insight, kind of taking a customer's perspective on this, right? Because I think us at IONET, we're out there kind of talking to a lot of different types of customers, like startups, enterprises, research labs, and kind of really understanding what their use cases are for AI model training, what their specific like requirements are, what they're looking to optimize for. And I think, a lot of what we've heard from the market out there and from specific customers out there is that essentially that, when it comes to distributed compute, there's a whole other variety of sort of like risk factors that need to be optimized and managed, like especially when you're working in sort of like larger enterprises. And I think, this idea of sort of privacy and security when it comes to using a decentralized network of GPUs is something that's top of mind for a lot of buyers of the space. So it really comes down to sort of like solving a customer use case and making a lot of like customers more comfortable with the idea of decentralized compute when they know that the privacy and security of their AI/ML workloads and any sort of like confidential or proprietary customer or company data is being secured using these technologies. So that's sort of really kind of like where I think this partnership really works, and I think where IONET's interest in sort of like TEs really comes from. Being able to offer these secure, verifiable computing environments for AI workloads that really need sort of like high trust levels and strong security guarantees.
Okay. Thank you for sharing also the customer need. That's always super important. It just brought up a question from my side. Of course, TE is like can be enabled on the hardware side, right? That IONET provides GPU related for the AI use case. But is IONET also looking with maybe some other partners into different security mechanisms besides TE to offer to the end customers?
I think right now, TE is sort of like the major one. I think we look at FHE as sort of like an alternative sort of like mechanism, and FHE, for those who are unfamiliar, fully homomorphic encryption, is kind of the focus of that. So a different way to sort of like approach confidential compute. I think, and I'm sort of more on the business side, but at least based on kind of my discussions with product engineering, we're leaning more towards DE just based on because I think it's not only a matter of just like things being, confidential and secure, but it's also about how the ability to provide that confidentiality and security actually manages sort of like other performance metrics that we have to look at, right? Like, so I think when it came to FHE, it's the performance metrics for like inference and sort of like the latency of the workloads was wasn't quite there yet in terms of what we actually want to accomplish and offer to the customer. So I don't think the technology, it's like really exciting technology, but I think it might take a little bit longer for it to get to, a point where it makes sense for sort of like production workloads and in terms of performance. Whereas, I think with TE, the performance is sort of like much better.
Yeah, yeah. Totally agree. Interesting FHE, interesting technology, but maybe not as ready to go as TE. And the interesting thing is we discussed TEs in like basic of TEs in one of our spaces, where we also looked into Web 2 use cases, right? TEs are actually like a traditional technology being used in a lot of security, military use cases in Web 2. So especially if IONET looks into like enterprise use cases, TEs is a good technology to convince more like the enterprise customers maybe because it's like a trusted and long-standing technology and really works and is scalable more than like other security mechanisms that will come and will be valid as well, but maybe not as of now. So yeah, that's interesting to discuss this as well. Marvin, over to you again. A general question. I know you have discussed this overall a lot, but since the topic today is TE for decentralized AI, if you can summarize again, like why, I mean, we touched on it right now already, like why TE for AI, but what value does TE or do TEs actually add to decentralized AI from your perspective?
Yeah, would love to like comment on that. And first of all, I totally agree with what Towson just mentioned. Um, T is not designed like no matter it's Intel or just NVIDIA, they are not designed and create TE hardwares for Web3. That's something like everybody should know. They created for Web2. So it means that even in the broader market in the Web2 AI space, there's a strong demand for using TE. I think it's been pushing from top to down instead of from down to top. It means that, like for example, like the in the legacy period, like the machine learning companies, and for now the LLM companies like OpenAI, Anthropic, other companies, Llama maybe. During their training session, there's multiple participators to co-create, a model. You need a massive number of data. Some providers like Reddit provide those data in a confidential way because they don't want like for example, if I'm Reddit, I'm kind of signing a contract with uh, OpenAI, and I don't want my data, my treasury data, be reviewed or just be totally copy and paste in OpenAI, because in the next year I need to send another contract to run it again. So for the data provider, they are worried about the model creators to store their data in some way, and maybe some of them are even sensitive data. So the security protection demand for this data set is super important. And for the model creators, there's a typical case is that because there are some key parameters or factor, I would say temperatures, like core commercial secrets in each model, and you don't want to be stored for these yeah key factors, because if your computer get it, then you're fucked up, like. So basically, each party who joined this code training and inference session, they are always like have concerns about other parties to get their secret, and but in the meanwhile they have to co-work together so that we can get have the next generation model. So this is just for the training session. But of course, confidentiality is also super important in consumer and enterprise level inference. Uh, yeah, I think this is the major reason why NVIDIA like present confidential compute for their next generation GPUs in this year. And H100, H200, B200 will all implement TE as the default setup. But of course, for now, if you want to open it up, it just will take a lot of time to set up the environment. But in the hardware level, their default setting. Um, so yeah, just trying to share the background, like why Web 2 AI need TEE. And now let's talk about Web 3. So as you all know that blockchain have a good reputation on trustless, permissionless, and permanently, right? But it doesn't have a good reputation on TPS, performance, latency, faster finalize. So there's a these features actually most of the times they conflict with each other, so you can't have them all. You can't have a high performance and extremely decentralized network in the middle. So you have there's a lot of trade-off here. You have to make your choice. So it means that like if you want to bring the AI models into a Web3 world, uh, it's very hard to compromise. And but in the middle, there are a lot of like ambitious teams are working on it. For example, Rachel, Zero Gravity, Laura, Sentient, Aura. There's so many. There's so many like A-class teams are spending a lot of money and talents to work out the solution for decentralized AI. And I would say most of these ambitions are related with co-owned AI models, verifiable inference, and economy based on data privacy. So you can imagine that it's super hard to build, establish an infrastructure in just 1 year or even 2 years to achieve these missions. So, but I would say using TE is not a shortcut, but it's a must to go in these technical milestones, because um, first you can barely run these models on any current existing blockchain infrastructures. There's no way to go, so you have to implement the AI models in off-chain. And maybe let's not talk about AI models, even just the AI agent SDKs. It's very hard to run it in the on-chain runtime. So you have to offload the computing somewhere in off-chain security way. So that brings the demand of GPU in Web3 AI. If you want to have a co-owned AI economy, and you have your infrastructure need to include both on-chain infrastructure design and the off-chain part. Majorly, I would say the on-chain part is dealing with smart contract, assets, creations, the consensus mechanism, and the off-chain infrastructure dealing with is called training, inference, these workflows. So the TEE part is to connect these on-chain and off-chain infrastructure as a whole package, as a one piece. So this is what we do, and the meaning of Fala is that of course we already have quite a mutual solution to bring them together. We are working very hard to deliver, to integrate the pioneer level solutions for TEs. So we are easy to go. If you're using Fala to for your on-chain AI infrastructure, like you can have it right away. You don't need to wait for years. We already work with many amazing partners on this. Secondly, if you don't trust single TE, for example, NVIDIA H100, a single hardware, we are here to help because the nature of Fala is a software level root of trust. We are using MPC to measurement the root keys of these TE hardwares, so that we can add up even like more security protection than not than NVIDIA, but than the single provider of TE. So this is our best part. If you don't trust the TE, okay, but you have to use it, come and use Fala. So I would say this is why we are in the in this kind of a PMF stage for decentralized AI, and just to let all of the audience know that we are not just for Web3 AI. Web2 AI also needs EE. So that's what we are doing now.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you for like this high level overview and like summary of all of this. It's very valuable to understand the difference also. Taos, if there's anything from your side to add, or like how IONET plays into this, what Marvin just described.
No, I think Marvin's sort of response there was really comprehensive, and I think he covered like a lot of the things that I would want to add on to. I think the only point I think is kind of like really key, at least from the IONET side, or at least something that I want to reiterate, is sort of like the application in the Web3 space, right? Like especially when it comes to this idea of co-owned like model ownership over like a distributed network. I think I think that the really key point to just like essentially, whenever you're trying to like trade a model sort of in like a decentralized manner, there's a lot of disparate stakeholders that have to bring a variety of pieces of the puzzle to the table to make it work, right? And I think, there's probably a variety of requirements around, like confidentiality and what they're willing to reveal, or in terms of like what they want to be able to sort of like show their hand to other participants, and for lack of a better term. Yeah, so I think like specifically that is like that particular model of like, building sort of like co-owned AI ML models over like a distributed network is something that's like uniquely Web3. And I think that's something that's, like speaking of PMF, I think that's something that we'll start to see a lot more of in terms of applications of TE in the future.
Yeah, yeah, nicely put. And it's really like to also remind that it needs to start on the lowest level, right? Like from the compute level. I mean, we touched on the tech stack of decentralized AI or AI tech stack overall, and the compute layer is like the lowest level where we need to ensure like the verifiability, like the specific hardware to then provide these services to the models, agents, and so on. So I think it's always important to understand like the importance of the tech stack level that we are working on. If we dive a bit deeper into the specific hardware, right? We touched on this already, like TE or GPU TE for AI is much more important than like the CPU TE that Fala has provided over, or since ever, and now we are moving more towards the GPU side. Tausuf, can you touch a little bit? I know you're on the BD side, but this is also what you're selling. Like to maybe explain a bit about like the specific hardware, right? We talked about NVIDIA H100 and H200. Why is this hardware so unique to enable AI or then even decentralized AI by adding TE?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think for those who are unfamiliar with the GPU world, NVIDIA H100s are currently the top of the line GPUs that are out there for AI ML workloads. And H200s are the next iteration of it, right? So these are these are extremely new, still really hard to get, really rare. They're still being sort of like rolled out, and I think we've gotten access to some that we were able to sort of partner with Phila to kind of provide access and be able to do some of the benchmarking analysis and research stuff around that. But I think to go a little bit deeper into your question, so I think the reason you hear a lot about NVIDIA H100s and H200s, especially now with the AIML boom, is that these GPUs are specifically designed for really complex high computation AI workloads, right? Like the architectures of these GPUs are specifically like built for unprecedented computational power for trading and inference tasks and deep learning models. And without going like too deep into the tech side of there's a variety of sort of like things that they can do around like number of like floating point operations per second, like like parallel computation, support for transform models, things like that. But essentially, these are sort of like custom built to make AI ML workloads work at like the highest performance point possible, right? So I think for especially kind of when this comes into this conversation of decentralized AI and decentralized compute, I think these machines are really interesting. So obviously, in a centralized fashion, I think H100 sort of like SXM GPUs with InfiniBand are kind of like highly preferred in these centralized contexts where you literally have a bunch of H100s in the same data center plugged in with like actual real world plugs to like really reduce latency. But that's in a centralized context. But I think even in a decentralized manner, when we're talking about coordinating uh, a bunch of these GPUs in a distributed cluster into a single sort of like cluster on IONet or something else, these GPUs end up being really, really important and kind of really fit exactly what we need because of their like high throughput and scalability, but still sort of better sort of like cost and energy consumption as compared to what comparable GPUs from a price point where theoretically you could use a bunch of NVIDIA 4090s, but sort of like the corresponding like power consumption capacity would be significantly higher. And I think with H100s and H200s, like their ability to handle massive data sets, complex computations, like make them really essential in sort of a decentralized infrastructure like ours, and their sort of like parallel processing ability really fits well with decentralized AI, which I think to kind of I know we talk about decentralized AI a lot, but I think when you kind of really cut it down to tangibly what it means and how it works is essentially about splitting large workloads into sort of like sub workloads that can then be spread across and like computed across a decentralized network, right? So I think like the architecture of H100s and H200s are very much in line with sort of how we think about processing and like running like large AI/ML workloads across a decentralized network.
Hmm. Oh, okay. Thank you. This was a lot of information about the hardware side, and but very valuable. And I think to add to this again is like also that this specific hardware, what you explained why it's important for AI, is also now enabled to have TE verification, right? This is why we also work together. Just having this hardware and not enabling TE on top of it doesn't directly make it verifiable, right? Marvin, would you like to add to this?
A little bit, yes. I think the major reason why H100 and H200 is I mean, it depends on who are using it, right? On the target consumer or enterprise. So I would say like for bigger AI companies such as the model companies, if you are building models, like H100 to H200 are is the most popular hardwares for now, because they can offer. I think the major reason is still like significant performance improvement, like compared with the other choices like 800, or some people also use 1490. It's just a faster, much more faster, and H200 even is 90% faster, than H100 on LLM models like the 70B. The fundamental reason is the models computation is getting harder, and all of these AI companies, sorry, I'm just talking about model company. These model companies, their competition is very focusing on two pain point. Either your model is getting smarter, or your model is getting cheaper and faster, right? If you check out how OpenAI separate their products, you can see like there's a lot of mini version means faster and cheaper one, and O1 for all. These are targeting on the like most intelligence AI in the world. So either you can provide very smart model, or you can provide very cheap model. So for very smart model part, the H200 is playing I think like a leading role in the space. You can barely find any competitor on that, and performance on the competition part, or just a larger memory capacity. And just to share some background to our audience here, the because the models parameters are increasing like so big. For example, Llama 3.2 is, I think, 70B, right? At least. So these models implement so much factors in these model infrastructure, so that you just need very high memory capacity to be able to execute no matter training or inference for these models. And the legacy GPUs cannot just rapid. You have to use the bigger memory GPUs, like what we are talking about, H100, 200, for these complex C models, without resorting to complex C parallelism technicals. So, and in the meanwhile, without besides just a larger memory, you also need higher memory bandwidth, so that you can just connect these GPUs together for faster speed. And of course, H200 and H100 just a better perform on that too. So I would say for model companies, especially the big model companies, these hardwares are just necessary, and of course the TE mode. But more important is you don't get much trade-off even though you open up the TE mode. So as our benchmark report shows, I think for Llama 3 and 70B, the trade-off is between 5%, and the bigger model you're running, the least trade-off you're having. So it means that you barely losing any performance even though you're open up the TE mode. So the answer to these AI companies is why not, right? I'm not losing anything yet, so why not? I am using TE, right? It can have a better protection of everything. So I would say this is the best part. But I also want to point out that in a smaller size or long-tailed AI companies today, there's a trending beginning this year that people begin to use 1490 and GPUs like A100 for AI inference, because they're not model companies. They're building maybe AI applications, building AI agents, or just fine-tuned these based on these open source AI models. So for these companies, the better choice is I just use the cheap chips for the inference demand. This is why there's a big demand increasing for 1490 since this year. And I believe, for example, for P2P marketplace like IONET, it's a good year because it means that you need to collect the long-tailed GPUs from community, from everyone, and then gather them together for the and resell it to the AI companies. There's a true demand in the market for such GPU marketplace. Um, but again, H100, 200 is not just it is better, but depends on who we are serving to. So this is why, for example, for now, Fala's strategy is to work with the larger decentralized AI companies because they do need to run a bigger size of AI models on your marketplace. And for some smaller one, if you're just doing inference, you might need to use TEE for AI agent or inference protection or verification instead of model training or model inference. So yeah, just trying to add out some comments on the background side.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you so much, Marin. This helps to put it into perspective. And I mean, when we talk about like um, we have to think who we provide the service to, right? I would like to ask Tausif if again, like, okay, we talk about GPU TE mainly for the AI or decentralized AI enablement, but when we partner now together, Tausif, are there other use cases where you see the GPU TE service being very valuable too? Because I mean, IONET is like also not only serving to AI customers, right?
Yeah. I think for the most part, a lot of what we've seen from the demand side, like especially with the hardware, I think we talked about specific use cases where the idea of sort of like security, privacy, and confidential compute is really important, right? So I think currently sort of where IONET's like bread and butter from like a usage and go to market side has really been with a lot of these sort of early stage AI/ML startups and research labs who've like who are doing like a variety of AI/ML workloads, right? Like, so obviously for the ones that are doing sort of like large scale foundational model training, like, what Marvin mentioned, like that's sort of where we're seeing a lot of the H100 usage sort of happening today. Whereas, with some of the other customers who are using it for sort of like, like lower level inference and things like that, or sort of like small model workloads, they can kind of use like the A100s, 4090s, and things like that. But kind of as we go further up the stack, in terms of the type of customers, working with sort of larger enterprises, sort of like this idea of security and privacy, and like how GPUT kind of enables that becomes more and more of an important conversation. And I think, even within sort of like the enterprise space, the areas where we've really seen sort of like this being applicable has been sort of like primarily in, like more security conscious, privacy conscious, like more highly regulated kind of like industries, right? Like, so I think if you can kind of look at like areas of like finance or like healthcare or, like anything that touches sort of more private customer data, like insurtech and things, fintech and things like that. I think those type of areas when you have to like deal with more, like sort of like highly secure customer data and sort of like workloads like that, like those sort of areas are kind of like where we start to see a lot of this GPUT demand kind of start to fit together. Of course, I think like to get it to be production ready, we still have a long way to go, but in terms of sort of where we're seeing the earliest customer demand and sort of what we're really trying to work towards to solve for, especially from a decentralized compute aspect and how we can make it more sort of private and secure. Those are some of the types of customers that we've been seeing, would fit really well with this.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, this is great insights on like additional use cases. Although they sound like they're not Web3 core use cases, but they use the decentralization and like the security part of it, right? So very interesting to see that we can also expand GPU TE into the mentioned use cases. I would like to let the audience know, in case, because it's a small group here, in case anyone has specific questions in the last minutes, feel free to raise your hand. Maybe we can get you on stage if this works, while I will ask another question. So don't be shy. If there's anything you would like to ask Marvin or Tausif, let us know. Maybe to another question to Marvin, for also the Fala community members here, because Fala is known as the TE CPU cloud, right, with over 40,000 CPU nodes verified by TE, or TE CPU sorry, TE CPU nodes. My question is to you, Marvin, is how does, because when people now say, okay, now Fala provides TE GPU, how does this work together with the CPU cloud? What is the connection here that Fala provides TE GPU and TE CPU also for like the end usage?
Good question. So first of all, TGPU cannot work alone. So Fala is the first company who deliver on-chain verification based on GPU TEE model inference. So I don't know if everyone like remember, like just 2 months ago we present a, a proof of work, or it's just a POC, proof of concept, that you can verify the AI inference results based on and track back, what's happening in the TEs for llama models. And to make that happen, the NVIDIA GPU cannot work alone. You have to use like a CPU TE and connect these. Yeah, I will try to simplify the technology part, but the workflow is like you have to connect the CPU TE together with the GPU one and wrap it up as an entire trust execution environment to make sure the AI inference result can be verified and executed from TD Intel TDX server in a TE mode, so that to make sure the remote attestation is verifiable. So yeah, so TLDR is GPU cannot work alone for TE. You have to implement TE GPU CPUs together. So this is where our legacy technology can play a part. But besides that, I think a Fala blockchain is never designed just for CPU. We didn't support GPU just because there's no GPU TE before. So yeah, so so we begin to implement GPU TEs, and our on-chain infrastructure can totally support GPU as a hardware into the block space quite smoothly, I would say. So yeah, that's the answer. It's just that our blockchain is never designed just for GPU. Are we abstract what is the oh sorry okay, I'll go a little bit deeper here. So TE is not bounded with specific hardware. It's not bounded with CPU. It's not bounded with GPU. Even in CPU, there's multi TE standard like Intel SGX, Intel TDX, AMD SCV, or just a matter of nature, right? In GPU, we got NVIDIA H100. So TE is like a software system description instead of hardware technology. But of course, the hardware technology is part of it, but TE is a system. It's not a hardware standard. So this means that when Fala blockchain kick off 4 years ago, we abstract the software nature of TE as a system instead of just a run it based on whatever Intel provide. No, we didn't do it. We abstract a very, I would say, elegant way to match what's the nature of this trust execution environment system looks like and what they need. So it means that the benefit of it is, although we take a lot of time back then, but today it pays off because when there's new T hardware coming up, we can implement these hardware smoothly into our network because we are not designed for Intel SGX. Yeah, so that's a reason why we can integrate GPUs smoothly. But of course, for Fala community, it means that we need some time to upgrade our tokenomics so that the GPU provider can receive rewards, as the Intel SGX, and that's what we call Fala 2.0. We are finalizing some details on the design part, and we'll throw out a proposal for public vote in our community before the end of this year on this. So by then you can see all of the details, how Fala 2.0 white paper looks like, how the technical infrastructure looks like, and how we can be more friendly to Ethereum builder, and how a GPU provider can be part of the tokenomic game. So all of this information will be released before the end of the year.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Marvin. This was a great summary. To summarize, yeah, or for the audience to also understand how Fala is positioned, but based on the specific hardware, TE GPU and TE CPU. Great, thank you so much. I didn't see any hand up here that anyone wanted to ask questions. So we are about to close the space for today. But maybe the last words back also to Tausif. Is there, besides, of course, the collaboration between Fala and IONET, because we are not only working on the hardware side, we also invest time into finding the best joint use cases and research, right? Further research on TE, on GPU. What are you most excited about? Maybe in different use cases coming up on IONET to be launched or partnership. What's next, Tausif?
Yeah, for sure. I think obviously, really excited about everything that we're going to build together as part of this strategic collaboration between IONET and Follow Network. I think there's, you mentioned some of the benchmarking and research papers that we're working on, which I think, we can talk about in the future. But I think sort of, in the near term, sort of what I'm most excited about is sort of like the whole concept of, I think I kind of touched on this a little bit earlier on when we started the space, when I kind of talked about, the different parts of the AI tech stack and how IONET is sort of thinking about it. But realistically, now that we've kind of, been focused on sort of this foundational compute layer for a significant portion of this year, I think really starting to crack these next few use cases of what does decentralized compute really enable, and how do we start to take on some of these other use cases that currently are the purview of centralized compute. So I think how we enable like use cases like distributed training over sort of like a decentralized compute network, and how do we match like performance benchmarking to sort of centrally trained models, or something that is a key thing that we're working on and essentially trying to figure out and sort of like help researchers with support with like compute to be able to do that. So I think that's something that you'll start to see us kind of talk more about in the future, and I think something I'm personally very excited about in the near term.
Amazing. Yeah, this sounds definitely exciting. And as you said, I mean, we are quite advanced in the space with like providing the specific hardware for DAI, but there's still a lot of research involved, right? So I think to everyone joining the space here today, keep your eyes open on like more and more like research that being published, and then hopefully also very quickly executed, because we can really enhance by pushing the overall decentralized AI space forward by combining all of the expertise from all of the partners. That's very exciting to me as well. Marvin, last words to you. Maybe an exciting use case, or specifically on the collaboration between Fala and IONET.
Yeah, I think just to stay tuned, because we are going to publish the very interesting co-research paper between Fala and IONET, and that would be a super helpful job for no matter academic or industry pioneers. Uh, yeah, I think since we got very smaller size of audience today, I can share some alpha here. So this will be around the very like Pioneer H200 GPUs, and you can barely find research papers around H200, because people are wondering why should I get it, right? Like, what's the benefit of it? So we are co-working with LNet on this research paper, and it's already done, pretty much done. So it's going to be released maybe next week or in 2 weeks. Stay tuned. That would be a super interesting thing, like a solid partnership on this for AI. And furthermore, like Fala will implement more GPU TEs in our Fala 2.0 network, and I believe that IONET will be one of the most significant provider to our ecosystem on this. So as you know, if you are providing GPUs and using GPUs on LNet, you can get rewards, right? And if you use it and and run the GPUs for Fala, maybe you can even get actual rewards. So no one knows what's going to happen, but yeah, stay tuned. In short term, we were going to publish a research paper together, and in the middle term, I believe that Ona can be a strong supporter on Fala 2.0 TE network. Yeah.
Wow, this is amazing. Thank you for sharing the alpha. You guys have heard it here first. So, yeah, exciting times to come. This is a very important collaboration for Fala, for IONET as well, because we bring really in the TE expertise. And stay tuned for the bigger announcements and like all this, the benchmark and the information coming out based on our research. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for joining. I hope you all learned about the overall collaboration, how TEs can really help the security to build a better decentralized AI landscape. And thank you, Marvin and Tausif, for joining and sharing your expertise on this Friday today. We see you all soon.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, Tosi, for joining. Thank you, everyone. Bye bye.
Trump, as far as the J6 tapes, you were talking about the ongoing trials. Well, if Trump gets in and pardons, like he has said he's going to do, all the nonviolent J6ers, those cases all go away. So releasing those tapes will be so much easier. They can't put that block up of, oh, there's an active this, there, or the other. Oh, well, there's not anything active anymore. And the second thing I was going to say, I was thinking about what y'all were saying about the Monroe Doctrine, and we talked about it the other day. And I think there's actually a model out there for how to do it. Now, we would be doing it more for benevolent reasons, I think, than the example I'm going to use, and that's how China and Russia are doing Africa. And the reason we are losing tremendously in Africa right now, because what's going on now, China's doing it and is going to be very exploitative. They're down there building infrastructure, they're building roads, they're building those type of things. Now, if people don't think once that happens and businesses are built, they're not going to try to take those businesses over and control them. Yeah, I don't know what to do to help you. Where I think we could do it more, a partnership, where, yeah, sure, we'll build the infrastructure, pay us back over a number of years, those type of things, right? But not be taking over everything. And then on the flip side, what Russia's been doing, and this is straight from, I've gone into a bunch of African spaces talking, I've listened to some of the journalists down there, and what they've been doing is they've been flying and taking people to Russia and training them in their universities to be things like engineers, the type of things you need to build up an economy. Because what the folks in Africa are saying, part of the reason they're starting to throw off the West is they're tired of us stripping them for their resources. They want to be a builder economy like us. They want to make stuff. They want to take those great resources they have and make stuff and sell them. The way the West became the powerhouses we are, the way China's become the powerhouse it is. And, China and Russia are both helping facilitate that. We could do the same, similar type of thing, Central America, South America, and do a partnership where we build them up. Now, we want to be as exploitive as they, hopefully. Now, I don't know how good our history is on that either. Something like that.
Fed up, we are losing you. You're either really good, we can hear you really well, and then it seems like you're far away, and then we hear music. So it's been a ride listening to you. It's
It
awesome.
was
I love you.
it was a phone call coming in. So you were hearing my ringtone as my mom was trying to call me and let me know she's here because
I thought you were just about to go on Fox News or something.
I would love to tell them a few things. I will give them credit though. I will give credit before I have to hop off here. I got to go help my mom run some errands and stuff. But no, the Fox News is the only one of the major media that I've actually seen have boots on the ground here in Western North Carolina covering the hurricane. Both Sarah Carter and Lawrence Jones have been on the ground for days, interviewing people, actually getting the story out of what's going on. So I will give them credit where credit's due above the other mainstream media.
Go ahead, United.
And I'll give the floor back to this is the Colonel space, and I don't want to take away from that, but I just want to do a little rebuttal about the Trump said it to the J6ers I've consulted with that Trump will be doing a full and unconditional pardon. Not exactly, but we theorize that he will do a pardon. He said that, but he didn't say it specifically. But we imagine it's going to be similar to Mike Flynn's full and unconditional pardon of innocence with a clause for expungement. As of, I wouldn't refer to them as violent because the Capitol police officers, the tapes that we have, y'all, shows clear agitation from Josh Black down in Alabama, who got shot in the cheek with a smoke grenade. Benjamin Phillip, who got a concussion grenade on the side of the head, not right next to his head. He died of a stroke. And then Roseanne Boylan was on the ground unconscious and bleeding, while she got repeatedly pummeled by the U.S. Capitol police officer Leila Morris. And then you got the worst tragedy of them all, that Michael Byrd, the murderer, shot Ashley Babbitt point blank range, and an unarmed protester, peaceful protester. It was the Capitol Police, and you can hear them on the videos that we have. They stated, we are only agitating them. And as soon as they started pushing elderly women off the stairs, it got Jake Lang and everybody else extremely pissed off, especially when people started dropping like flies after they've been launching those concussion grenades and smoke grenades. So with that said, I'll leave it there for the Colonel.
Hey, before I hop off, to clarify, I agree with you. I was just using Trump's words. That's how Trump phrased it.
I would like to, Mike, ask you a question about your opinions on Mattis, General Mattis, and I want to go back to some of the, kind of towards the end of Trump's administration. Trump is looking for, hey, what is it going to give me a timeline of what we can do to get out of NATO? Give me a timeline of what it's going to look like to get out of Afghanistan. And Mattis ignores that directive and does not give him a timeline, and actually tells the people at the Department of Defense to ignore it. How did that make you feel as a person that was active in the military at the time?
So I'll just say General Mattis is beloved by the troops for his work as a general and as a leader. But I think it really highlights, a bigger issue that we have with, it really highlights that there actually is a deep state. So I think that the way that General Mattis defied Trump was preceded by several actions before that, which was, after we, declared ISIS defeated, we took over the city of Raqqa in Iraq. Trump said that he wanted troops out of Iraq and Syria within 90 days, and it was fully ignored. And there's testimony of bureaucrats testifying that they just clearly, like, they had zero plan to take the troops out of out of the region. And so these are unelected bureaucrats that are defying democratically elected president of the United States, which everybody should be upset about. And it seems to be that it doesn't get the attention that it should, and doesn't highlight the problem that it should. Is that these people are the ones that are running DC. But I think that enabled Mattis to side with, the deep state and the war machine and the policies of Washington D.C. Above the orders of the president. And so that happened twice, where he once they didn't withdraw the troops out of Iraq and Syria, he Trump demanded it a second time, and they defied him a second time. So it just highlights a huge problem that that DC runs itself, no matter who we elect. And I think that's why we need to clean up the corruption. And I hope Trump learned from that, and that the problems are much deeper than most Americans realize.
So you were the one that brought up the deep state, so forgive me if I want to delve into this a little bit. But Mike, we've talked about this, and I don't know how much you're allowed to say, and so I'm going to try to be very respectful of the fact that I know that you're not allowed to say, certain things. But you've alluded to the fact that you've seen people from BlackRock, from Vanguard, from these entities in your travels with the military. Tell me, how did that make you feel when you saw these people interacting with military personnel?
So I actually, like what you see in DC or like in the military is you see uh, these defense contractors that are, majority owned by BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. Companies like Raytheon, companies like Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, those big companies. So you'll see representatives of those companies. They own weapon systems. They're on the bases. They are training our troops. They're doing all kinds of stuff, providing. They have these really lucrative contracts with the weapon systems, and they're all encompassing. But what I noticed, you see that at the operational level, and you'll see that on every single base in every single unit. There's representatives from these companies. But what I noticed in DC is that um, I was in an office called the Rapid Capabilities Office, which does a lot of future programs and has a lot of is intertwined with the defense industry. But you'll see that there's way too much overlap between their work on weapon systems and then also their work on policy. So they've really hijacked the policy, and that's when I really started to see some of the corruption, and that you'll see that it's not our elected officials that are making policy; it's people that are profiteering off of it.
And with these people that are profiting off the military, what do you guys think? Like, I know probably some of our soldiers that are like the privates, corporals, they don't really have to deal with these military industrial complex individuals. But I know somebody like at your rank as a lieutenant colonel, somebody that was in the Pentagon, you have to talk to these individuals. You have to deal with these individuals. What are these individuals like? Do you feel that they care about our country, or do you think that they care more about their bottom line?
I'll say this, a lot of them are really patriots. A lot of them are patriots, but there is a profit margin. A lot of them are former service members, but like I said, there is a profit margin, and one, like I talked about earlier, is that one of my motivations is, my son is serving. I want him to be very proud of his service. I want him to be proud of the missions that he that he takes on and that he participates in. And I want that for all of our troops. They should be extremely proud of being in uniform, and we should all be grateful for what they do. But what I notice about the industry, it exploits their patriotism for profit, and I think that that's a disgusting business model, and I think that, we have these people that are willing to put their lives on the line for our country. We need to treasure that, and we need to use them only when it's necessary, only when it reflects our own national interests and not somebody's profit margin.
I appreciate your honesty. Bulldog, Emarosa, do you guys have anything that you want to ask Mike?
I do.
Ladies
But
first.
I was just going to say let Bulldog go first because I'm getting a phone call and I had to keep canceling it on my cell phone. So I need to call them back on my husband's phone because they're, but America first, right? But I'll be back. So Bulldog, please go. And
Sure.
Mike, I just want to say thank you so much for being here and each and every one of you for joining in on this space. If you could share it, I think it's such an important conversation to have. So thank you, Mike, for being here. I'm just so thrilled and honored to get to know you and call you my friend.
Hey, thank you guys so much for having me. I really enjoy talking about these things, and I think these are important conversations. So thank you.
Yes, Mike, thank you for your service. My brother-in-law, he served in the Army and worked for the Department of Defense, and he did some Marines, pardon me, and he did some things over in Afghanistan that he still can't tell, but he married my sister and he's much happier. So we're happy indirectly to help a veteran out. The question or the comment that I want to kind of veer this, we by our account's name, Bulldogs for Vivek, we've been ardent supporters of Vivek, and we, for those who don't know, we found out about him early last year, started diving all through the internet, absorbing all the podcast articles, and then when we found that there was nothing left, we had to turn to Twitter, and we hate Twitter because of the previous administration, and being an ex-media executive for Fox Sports and for Ola TV. I was sick personally of just being on social media. So we gave X a chance. We like where it's going. We're all getting paid these days, some more than others, but it's making us stick around. And the reason why we stuck around 9 months after is because of how Vivek is approaching the arena of politics, and particularly how his America First. And since we're going to be keeping with the theme today of NATO and our VA, we did post about 3 little things on the Jumbotron, which we're learning that's the cool kids way of saying the post on the space, about Vivek's viewpoint of NATO, that the U.S. should be out of NATO, that Europe can handle its own affairs, that if there is going to be a foreign policy, should be much more revolving around Nixon's, and then in terms of the Western Hemisphere, should be more surrounded around the Monroe Doctrine. And then the last thing we posted was about NATO Article 5, which has been a very contested article within the NATO, given the current crisis that's going on over there. So my question to you is, you can pick any of those areas. I like to give options to speakers like yourself, and you can pick the one that you'd like to maybe divulge into. So the 3 questions would be: what is your interpretation of how the current crisis over in Europe /Ukraine/Russia with Article 5? What is your thoughts on maybe returning to more of a Nixon era foreign policy that Vivek supports, as well as the modern Monroe Doctrine for the Western Hemisphere that we briefly touched upon earlier? And then lastly, that in general, we should just let Europe do its own thing and maybe even consider removing ourselves from NATO. I think for at least at a minimum, it should be revisited and should be restructured in terms of a new mission that doesn't surround the USSR, which was intentionally done and then expanded when the USSR folded, which is ironic. So you can pick any of those three topics, and we will happily listen to you share your knowledge.
All right, thank you. I think I'll probably touch on all those real quick, but when I think about Ukraine and where we're at, and just how close we are to a nuclear conflict, it just brings the stark contrast of what we've lost as a nation, and that's really just diplomacy. So, it's no secret that Putin has zero contact with our administration, and our administration has zero contact with him. And I think that's a very dangerous thing. And if you go back to JFK's administration, with the Cuban Missile Crisis, uh, clearly that we were on the brink of a nuclear war then, and Khrushchev was the bad guy, but JFK spoke with him every day through a direct line. JFK defied his own advisors, and that wanted to do a bombing campaign over Cuba. He defied his own advisors and instead chose to diplomatically engage the enemy. And I think that we've totally lost that. And we lost it in this narrative of good versus evil. And JFK always said you got to put yourself in your enemy's shoes. What is it from Khrushchev's standpoint? What can we do to bring peace? And you can only do that by putting yourself in your enemy's shoes. So I think that the situation in Ukraine is dire. And Article 5 really pins us into a lot of different corners and can see us going to war for things that don't necessarily reflect our national interests. But it's also incredibly irresponsible for our allies to rely solely on NATO and rely on U.S. Security. I think that we can maintain strategic alliances with all the same countries in a much stronger and more fair fashion if they take responsibility to protect their own democracies. And I think right now they're losing their democracies because they're not invested in protecting it. They've outsourced it to the United States. So I think that that we absolutely need to encourage our allies to take more responsibility for their own security. I just think I think we'll have stronger allegiances. I think the world will be a safer place, and I think they will have stronger democracies.
I couldn't agree with you more, Mike. And I think you know that we've had these conversations well into the early mornings back in the days of the Kennedy campaign. And one of the things that I think you helped me realize more so than anything else is we are really spread thin across this nation. I mean, our bases are everywhere. We can barely fill out the bases that we have currently because we're struggling to get people. And it looks like there's this push for foreign individuals to serve in our military to get a streamline to becoming citizens. And if you're a fellow follower of history, and if you recall, that's how the Roman Empire fell. It relied so much on foreign entities to build up its military, and it spread itself far too thin. It could no longer keep its interests safe. And you were the first person, you and Mike Kelly were the first person to talk to me and tell me that we've built a wall. We just didn't build it between from Mexico and the United States. We built a wall for Jordan, and we are currently manning that border for them. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, it is. We do protect other countries' borders more than we protect our own, and clearly we are spread thin. I just posted. I mentioned earlier about Robert Gates's comment in the Washington Post. And it shows that the way that we are currently situated, that our military is weak and it's bogged down, and it's losing the technological advantage, and we're losing the industrial advantage. So we are not like, there is no peace, and we're not strong. So we're clearly doing it wrong, and our founding fathers knew. Uh, James Madison has a great quote, and I'll paraphrase it, but he just basically says that, what history has taught us is that empires fall through foreign interventions, and what it leads to is a nation that loses its freedoms, which we're currently seeing, and that's completely over obligated. And there's been several politicians that have pushed for paths to citizenship through military service, and I think that is a huge mistake. For one, because we shouldn't be a nation of mercenaries. We shouldn't be a military of mercenaries. We should have citizenship first before you serve. And I also think it's a band-aid approach because the best way to maintain a strong force is to take care of our troops. And I think if they're just able to bring in mercenaries, there's going to be less care for the troops that are currently in service. And I'm all for, people that come into our country and are citizens, to serve in the military. I think that's a great thing, but I do not think you should be non-citizens. And with the latest selective service changes, it actually doesn't say you have to be a U.S. citizen. It just says you have to be a male and that you have to live in the United States, not be a citizen. So I think that those are alarming things and things that we should be looking out for.
When we did our space for Kennedy, one of the things that you studied, and I thank you for it because you know how much I love this individual, was Calvin Coolidge, and you brought up the Dawes-Kellogg Act, and I would like you to talk a little bit about that because you seemed really excited about this, and you thought that this could be something that could potentially help stop massive conflicts around the world.
Yeah, so the Dawes-Kellogg Act was basically a group, a multinational alliance that outlawed going to war. It just said, like, we will not use war as conflict resolution. And I think that is the path forward. And we have to have a commitment to peace, and we have to have a commitment to growing peace. Is that going to stop all the evil of the world? Absolutely not. But I think we'll be better situated to fight it if we have commitments like these, like allegiances that are committed to peace and to growing peace, and that's like what we are missing in today's policy.
Do you think that we should have done exactly what we did after World War One, which was basically after World War One was over, we kind of went back to normalcy, right? We shuttered down a large part of our military. We kept some of it going, but for the most part, we just kind of went back into ourselves and pushed this non-interventionism for about 2 decades until we were attacked by Japan and World War II happened. And it seemed after World War II, we didn't just decide to lay down our weapons and refocus on America. We decided that we were going to be a part of the global alliance. And I'd like to know what your opinions are on that.
So I think that the world is like a little more complex than it was then, and I think that we were caught off guard in certain ways after at the beginning of World War II, or as World War II was getting going. And obviously, it took an attack on Pearl Harbor to really get us involved, and then to really, get the machine working. Where we had this huge industrial base, we had huge, patriotism and all these things. So I wouldn't want to be caught in that position again. But I think the solution there is citizen soldiers. I think that the guards, the state national guards, the air national guard, the reservists, I think that is the answer, and I think that they're needed. If you see the disasters, like who's there? You have a ready trained citizen soldier to respond as a quick reaction force to these natural disasters, within the states. So I think that would be the solution, is to have a strong and ready state militias and state national guards uh, to respond to that, and they can be used for federal missions. Totally support the Defend the Guard Acts. I would love to see Trump uh, rally around Defend the Guard Acts. It keeps guard soldiers doing guard state missions unless there is a declaration of war. And I think that's a really powerful way for it's a really powerful way for states to fight the DC war machine.
So I want to take you on a little history ride, and I want to go into George Washington's second administration and the Whiskey Rebellion that happened. And I want to ask you, do you think that there's any modern politician or any president of the modern era that would do what Washington did? And that was when they convened, as you said, they had militias. Each state had militias, and Washington federalized them. But Washington did something that no president has done ever since, and that was he put on his uniform from the Revolutionary War, and he led those federal troops to Pennsylvania to shut down the Whiskey Rebellion. He didn't even have to fire a shot, because when they heard that George Washington was coming, they just immediately were like, well, fuck this, I'm not doing that. Tell me, because when I heard about that story, it gave me so much pride in being an American, to know that my president, the very first president of this country, said, absolutely fucking not. I'm going to be the person leading these troops in there, and if they're going to do battle, I'm going to do battle with them. Tell me, how does that make you feel as somebody who has been and served so long in our military?
I mean, I'm like you. I think that it does give me like a lot of pride, and it does highlight what we have today, where we have these politicians, most of which have never served at all, and making these decisions of war, or to go to war. And I just think that we have, like I said earlier, we have 1% of our population actually serves in the military. And it's almost like we have this elite ruling class that just, sends the peasants to war. And I think that that's disgusting. I can't even imagine what it would look like to have a president, a leader, a congressman, a senator, to put some skin in the game, when they're making these policies or responding to certain actions. It's DC is totally void of that type of leadership, and I think we need more of it.
Well, that's something that Barry Goldwater did on the outset of the Vietnam War, when they needed pilots to bring our troops over and bring our military might over. Goldwater got into the cockpit and flew our people over, and he even applied to fly missions in Vietnam. Of course, they said no because he was too old. But I mean, when you have those kinds of people willing to put that kind of stake into our military, or into, I call it Americanism. I feel like that just brings a level of pride in our country that we just don't have today. I mean, Kennedy has said that 17% of the children that are graduating from high school have pride in this country. And that means that there is 83% out there that do not have any pride in our country. And that's a shame. Like that to me, just how do you not have pride in this nation? How do you not have a warm feeling about the United States? When you know our history, when you understand our history, maybe it's just a lack of the fact that we're not teaching our people, our children, history. Maybe we're not teaching them what it means to be an American citizen. And this is where I give Ron DeSantis a lot of credit. Like, he's put in that if you graduate high school in Florida, you have to understand civics. You have to understand what it means to be an American citizen. You have to be able to pass a civics test. And I think that's so important for our youth today. And do you think that by having our youth understand our history, understand the military history of the United States, do you think that we will be better prepared, one, if the worst should happen and there is a world war? And two, do you think that if we're helping teach civics, we can also foster that pride in our country where we can start getting people to want to join our military?
Yeah, I mean, I think that number of 17%, I think that is actually a national crisis. And I think and it is a national security threat because if you're not proud of your country, you're not going to fight for it. You're not going to fight for your ideals. And I think that a lot of that is engineered. It's engineered in a way where it's going to make people less obviously like less patriotic, but they're not going to fight for the freedoms, and they're not going to, that are given to us, that by God, and that are recognized by our government. So I think that a nation that is apathetic to what it stands for is not going to fight for their rights. And I think that that's exactly kind of like what the left wants. And I think it's a crisis, and it should be addressed as such. And we do absolutely need education, and I think there should be lots of avenues to serve. And there's ways to do it, like the Peace Corps, or like some type of national service that you can do outside of the military. And I think the military's great, and I think it has great benefits, and I think that it's a really good way to get ahead in life. And I think that shouldn't be the only way. And I think that there's a lot of things that are missing, that are impacting the lack of national pride, and we should treat it like. And I'm thankful for DeSantis for having that initiative. We should do the same thing with people as they try to get citizenship. They should have a basic knowledge of civics and a basic understanding of what this nation has been through, and our history, the good and the bad. And we should have pride in like the direction that we're going. But we right now we just don't have it. And until but again, I think a lot of it's engineered. And you brought you bring up another point too about service. And I think that, sorry, I just got a call, but I think a lot of people are we've kind of disassociated ourselves with the impact of war. We see it in DC, but we see it uh, all the time of like what it actually looks like. We kill people with drones on a daily basis, but we're not there, looking somebody in the eye as we're killing them. We're just doing it through a camera, like a video game. And I think that that a lot of that stuff is heading, leading us to a very dangerous place where we don't look at the impacts of war. And again, we don't put a lot of effort in creating peace.
Before I met you and Mike Kelly, I was one of those people that was entirely against the draft. I felt like that was just so unconstitutional. But now, as being able to talk to you guys and meet with you guys, I think we do need the draft. I think that you guys are right. Like you guys mentioned, I don't know how many times in our spaces that when we had the military draft, that is when people were out there in the streets pounding the pavement for peace. I mean, look at what happened in Vietnam. We had protesters in front of the White House every day. We had protesters out, camping out in our national parks and everything like that. I think if we had a little skin in the game, and people realized that, like, hey, at any time we could be called up, I think that we would be pushing for peace. I think we would be demanding peace. We would be saying, no, I don't want to go to fight your war. This doesn't seem like a war that I want to go fight. This doesn't make any sense to me. Um, can you share your thoughts on our draft?
I mean, I do. I think that the push for peace was obviously a byproduct of the draft. I absolutely do not like. I would never want the U.S. to have a draft again. I think it is, like you said, I think it's unconstitutional. But I do believe that there should be some type of civil service that young people go through. I have three brothers that are German citizens, and they live in Germany, and they each had to do like some type of civil service, and one of them could have been, like to serve in the military. Other things are just like apprenticeships within the government, and they did those things. I spent a lot of time in South Korea. They have mandatory service for a lot of their, and I just think that it instills a discipline, it instills, pride, and I don't think, but I don't think you should have to do it, but I do think that there should be some type of national service, and I think that we're never going. The way that DC works, that there's never going to be a push for peace unless we demand it, and we just aren't demanding it. And we're just constantly going into deeper debt, and we are, they're just, I don't know. I mean, we need to demand peace and diplomacy, and we're not doing it.
It's kind of like we've given up and we've just ceded that this is just how it is. And I think what I'm learning and what I have realized throughout this campaign in particular is that our voice is far more powerful than we realize, and they don't want us to know that. The deep state doesn't want us to know how powerful our voice is, and this is where I give Elon Musk credit. When Elon Musk bought Twitter, look at how things changed for us as individuals, right? We who represent the center right, we who represent the right, we were marginalized. We were made fun of. We had our profiles messed with so that our messaging couldn't get out there. And then Elon Musk bought this platform. And now this is a bastion of freedom. Our voices are so powerful to the point where we're making changes every day to the American system. And imagine if everybody felt this. Like, imagine if everybody realized all I have to do is stand up and say no more. All I have to do is stand up and be counted amongst the millions and millions of brothers and sisters that I have here that don't want to see us in intervening across the world, that don't want to see us spending money to defend Europe, that don't want to see us spending money to defend Taiwan, that want to see us bringing our money home and investing in our infrastructure, investing in our VA, investing in the American people, investing in our veterans, investing in our school systems here so that we can lead the world like we used to. And we haven't led the world, Mike, in a really long time. And I'm just excited because I feel like there's a change coming. For the first time in a very long time, since Maha and MAGA and MAFA joined together and created this beautiful unity party, I feel better about America than I have in the last, since I was born, guys, since the 90s. The 90s was the last time I felt like significant pride in my country and great about where we were going. And the 2000s just it kept on being one disappointment after another. What do you think, Mike? How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I am also very like encouraged, but we have got to get this. We have got to win this election. But like you said, a lot of people are finding their voice. A lot of people are expressing their views. They're able to see other views that are outside of the mainstream media. They're able to think critically about things, and it's just amazing the amount of ridicule you get for having your own position or having your own thoughts or looking into stuff. To stray away from the mainstream narratives. Um, it Yeah, we are finding our voice, but it's all for nothing if Kamala Harris wins. I think that we take massive steps in the wrong direction, and I think that we really need to motivate. We need to keep spreading the word, and then after Trump gets elected, we need to grow this movement. We need to, get American children, healthy, invest in our own future, invest in our, in America, in our own safety, our own security, our own health. These things have been put on the back burner for too long, and I think that I am grateful for X for allowing us to express all these things.
So, Mike, for a while I've been trying to put something together and create something that allowed me to teach what America First and what Make America First again means. And it didn't come to fruition when I was part of the Kennedy. It has come to fruition now under Trump, and I know I'm putting you on the spot. I know that you're a very busy individual, but I would like you to write my veterans portion of my AmericaFirstPride.com. I would like you to put together something that specifies how we can make America first again with our veterans and with our military, if that's something that you're interested in. And then I'd like to talk to you about what we can do and what I can do to put my profits to good use, towards veterans affairs, towards whatever I can do to bring America First to fruition. Is that something that you would be interested in?
Yeah, man, I would love to do that. That I would, I would love to do that, and I would love to. I'd love to work with you to get to find a couple really good veteran support charities that do because I know they're out there. They do some great work. Just don't have them on the tip of my tongue. But yeah, I would love to. I'd love to help you with that.
I am so grateful for you. Thank you so much. We're going to do this. And I am going to dedicate, we can on the back end, but I am going to dedicate, I think, November, all of November, to giving back to our veterans. And we can discuss how much that will be and all of that. I just am so grateful to you, Mike. I'm so grateful that you continue to be a part of this. I'm so grateful that, a lot of us kind of some of us broke apart when Kennedy suspended and all went our own ways. And I did the Maha thing, some did the Maha thing, and you've just been so willing to work with anybody and go any place, so long as you were felt that it was pro-American, pro-veteran. And dude, I just appreciate you and your time and your spirit. So I just want you to know how much I appreciate you.
Man, I appreciate it. I really appreciate you inviting me on. I appreciate the questions and the conversation, and I just think we just need to keep pressing forward, and these things do matter, and we should be talking about them. So I appreciate you for hosting the space and having me on.
Well, it looks like we have two awesome individuals waiting to ask you a question. I saw Susan's hand first, and then we'll go over to Nancy, two amazing patriots.
And real quick, Bryce, I just want to remind everyone who's
Thank you,
listening that we
Bryce.
posted
I just want to let you guys know
the
that I'm
coalition
an
of.
older American, 72, kind of seen a lot of elections and seen a lot of the Vietnam protesting. I was 14 and 15 back then. But I will tell you when the downfall started, when our public school teachers started teaching the children to hate their country, that it's America's fault, that we're a bad country, that our advantages are only for the rich. And that's when it all started. And I like the fact that President Trump wants to bring back patriotism to the classroom, flags in the classroom, American flags, that is, and to teach our children to love and respect their country again and to serve a greater purpose than themselves. Mike, I want to thank you for your service. I have a husband that went over to Iraq at age 55. I had sons and daughter-in-law that served in Iraq, Afghanistan, Iraq, Afghanistan, Iraq. They were deployed more times than I can tell you. And there is a God because God saved their lives. So I want to tell you that there is hope for America. I see a big change coming. I see the American people changing. I see I see enlightenment. And as for the school system down in Florida, excellent, excellent civics course down here. In fact, at the end of the civics course, they have to take an EOC exam. They have to take an EOC exam, and It goes through the Constitution. It starts with the Enlightenment. It goes to the landmark decisions, Marbury versus Madison, and on and on and on. DC versus Heller. I want you to know that my 12-year-old grandson scored mastery on that EOC exam. So there is hope. The kids down here are learning to be patriotic and educated in their government, in their constitution, in loving their country. So there is hope, and God bless America. We just got to get Trump in office. Thank you very much for letting me talk.
Thank
Amen, Susan. Wow. Amen to that.
And I think, Susan, this goes down to, and this is something that Kennedy supported, and I'm loving that Trump is getting behind it too. And I think he's been actually on this for a while. He just was convinced out of it, abolishing the Department of Education. Jimmy Carter, that was the single worst piece of legislation that Jimmy Carter gave us. And I'm not saying Jimmy Carter's a bad person, he's a bad president. By putting the Department of Education into the federal government, and this is something that Ronald Reagan should have stopped immediately when he became president. When we gave the federal government charge of our school systems, it became a political entity. Our school systems became political. But prior to 1979, our school systems were not political. You had locations that said, hey, you can pray in school. It's totally okay. You had school systems where the flag was always, it didn't matter where you were in this nation, there was a flag. I remember growing up, and we always had a flag. We always did the Pledge of Allegiance. That wasn't wrong. There was nothing wrong about that. But then you had foreigners coming into our country, specifically Islamic foreigners coming into this country, and then suing about the American flag being in our school system, suing about Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, and people like the ACLU and all of these entities that are quick to call other organizations terrorist groups. I think the ACLU is a terrorist group. I think a lot of these entities are terrorist groups. I don't think they like America. And we need to get the bureaucracy out of our Department of Education. And Mike, I think you support that too, don't you?
Yeah, 100%.
Nancy, we've got another great patriotic American. Nancy, how are you?
Hi. I'm 100% for getting rid of the Department of Education, returning it to the states, the teachers, and the parents. I'm a little concerned because when we were talking about having national anything, conscription, whatever it be, I don't want to give the government any more opportunity to indoctrinate U.S. citizens, because that's what they kind of did with the SS. I know Obama had talked about going to create his own little private army when he was going in, and I thought that was very scary. I understand where you guys are coming from about drafting. I guess I can go along with that. At that point, though, I'd rather go to the point of like anybody who votes for war in our Congress can go fight on the front lines. That's a good way to stop the wars too. Um, I think we've got to get the House taking back their constitutional responsibilities for declaring war, because they pretty much ceded it unconstitutionally to the executive branch. And so the executive branch thinks now they don't need to ask anybody before they just go, send our troops and basically declare war, even though we don't declare it anymore. I mean, that's something we got to clean up. And I do not want to. I can understand once we get things back and we teach civics. I was alive when they switched from civics to social studies. I remember that, and that's horrible. And I want our kids learning the Constitution, but I want to get our federal government back to its constitutional boundaries, which gets rid of a large portion of the federal government, and return it back to the states and the people as it was intended. Because we can't have this huge behemoth of government, federal government telling us whatever we have to do. I mean, they take all the states' money in order to get it back. They have to agree to what the federal government tells them to do to get the whole money back. And that's crazy. So if we can get back a lot towards our constitutional level, yeah, I think we can get away with that. But I do not want to cede them more authority, zilch, than they have right now. And we're thinking it's going to go the right way. because I don't think it will. I mean, history has proven it doesn't. If we give them the authority to get more power over our people, they will take it and use it in a bad way. That's all I want to say.
Do you want to reply to that, Mike?
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, and I don't support, any type of draft or conscription. I do think there are a lot of ways we need to work on building national pride, but I don't think it needs to be done in from the federal government. And I agree. Like, as far as indoctrination, like I said, a lot of the general officers that are in our military, I mean, they are deeply indoctrinated through the education that they have to get and the boxes that they have to check. So they are, that's why you have people like General Flynn, who has to, who is very much against the status quo as a general officer. People like that are very rare.
Speaking of General Flynn, Mike, I'm in the back end having conversations with him about possibly being the first person allowed to live stream his movie, the Flynn movie. If that happens, I would very much like you to be a co-host and part of that. I think that having as many military individuals there as possible, and I'm hoping that we can get General Flynn there as well to do some question and answers after the movie is done. But I just would love to have a patriotic American, somebody who got to the ranks of lieutenant colonel and served our country with distinction, and then served in the Pentagon, saw the corruption firsthand, and said, "No more, I'm done." If that's something that interests you, I just want you to know it's open to you.
Oh man, that would be an honor for me. I would love to do that.
We have no word salad. That is an awesome profile name. But before we do, can we just go to Miss Amorosa real quick? It seems like she wants to say something.
I'm like, I am lost for words because really each and every day that we're joining these spaces and we're all connecting, it gives me so much pride, so much hope, and so much love for my fellow Americans. I love you all. I think that, us uniting like this is a big pushback. And, we are so much stronger in numbers. And I think for so long, they've thought that they could silence us. They've threatened us, and I think the time is now for the American people to really show their love for one another and for their country and for our founding fathers. And I know that we're in a really like stressful time, but I also think it's such an important time of history to be alive, to be participating, to be active, and to really connect with one another because, in we are so much stronger in numbers, and I know without a doubt in my mind that when all of this is said and done, we're going to come out like America 2.0. I mean, we're going to be like from the bottom up. Our children are going to prosper, and I don't mean just economically. I mean, they're going to be rich in value, and they're going to have pride for not only their country but for their fellow Americans. So I love these spaces. I love all of you for participating. And, when you guys are in a space that's America first, because really we can only get to America or make America great again and make America healthy again is if we make America and Americans first again. For too long we've been forgotten. For too long we've struggled, and we deserve so much. So thank you all for standing up, waking up each day, and participating and being active for your country. We may not be, service members, but with our voices and us coming together and grabbing the hands of our other fellow Americans to get them on board, we are also fighting in this battleground. And I just wanted to say that, and we can go to no word salads.
Oh, I think Bulldogs for Vivek wanted to say something as well. So
Yeah, just
go ahead.
Yeah, just real quickly, I echo everything that Ms. Amorosa said. Fellow Chilena, which is fantastic to find in these spaces. What I just want to really quick say that what we've been talking about with Mr. Mike Roy, we placed on the Jumbotron about iCivics, which is a nonprofit organization founded by the late Sandra Day O'Connor. They have a new website. It's focused on civics for K through 12. They have lesson plans. They have games, even for adults they can play. So you can share with your kids and family and nieces and nephews, of which I have. And then secondly, I also put up there about the Defend the Guard Act in Montana, Defend the Guard Act that was posted by Liam McCollum. It has a nice video, about 2 minutes, that talks about that particular topic. So if we have a chance, check it out so you're more informed, and call your local representatives to make sure it happens.
And I know this sounds sappy, guys. This is why I created, MAFA. This is why I pushed so. Well, I didn't really create it, but this is why I'm pushing it so hard. I want to create an area, especially on X, where you can have pride in being American. But not only that, I want you to be able to take that pride and I want you to showcase it out in the real world. The reason why I'm building my website, the reason why I'm offering materials that say "Make America First Again," is because when you're outside wearing something like that, you're going to give somebody the courage to have that pride in their country again. We need to have pride in ourselves again. We need to be prideful for the fact that we're American. We need to say, "Put America first." It's not a bad thing. It's not racist. It's not wrong. It's the most beautiful sentence that you can utter. Make America first again. It really just simply means that we're going to take care of our own before we take care of others. And there is nothing wrong with saying, I'm going to take care of my own. I'm going to take care of this country. I am 100% behind Donald Trump. I am 100% behind Vivek Ramaswamy. I'm 100% behind Robert Kennedy Jr. And I want to see Americanism thrive again. So I hope that this is a place for you guys where you feel just excited to come, and you feel like when you leave that you have a little bit more pride in the country than you came in with, and that you feel the courage or whatever it is to say those words over and over and over again, and not be afraid of somebody calling you a racist or a bigot or a xenophobe. So we're going to go to No Word Salad, which is, by the way, one of the coolest names I have seen on here.
Thanks, Bryce. It came out of, well, obviously from all the word salad that Harris seems to spew every time she speaks. And I'm going to give you a little bit on my background. I'm an 8-year Marine Corps veteran, communications and intel. I like staying in the background a lot, and I wasn't an operator. I was in operational support, keeping communication streams flowing. So I got to work with a lot of really smart people, way smarter than I am or ever will be, and a lot of great men and women throughout the years. A couple of things you touched on, Bryce, and Colonel Roy, um, talking about having an absolute victory in November, putting Trump in office. It has to be much more than that to make a fundamental and fast moving change. It has to be a red wave. And Bryce, I posted it up in your page. It has to be. We have to take control of the House and the Senate as well as the Oval Office. I don't think there's going to be any real easier road than that, obviously. But I think if it should go any other way, then it's just we're going to have a lot of stop and go as normal. It has to be a definitive answer. Yes, we're here. Yes, we are tired of it. Yes, this is our voice, and just make it across the board. And we have to get everybody out to vote. You, me, our neighbors, our friends, family. We need to get them out there and vote. Um, I just wrote an article. Actually read Wave. I rewrote that, and looking at the current numbers in the betting polls, looking at the Rasmussen polls and everything else. I really think this is looking incredibly incredibly good for us. But we need to constantly keep that momentum going. We're in the sprint for the finish line. We just need to get it there. Now, Bryce, you touched on something on education and what Trump had said about abolishing the Department of Education, which is probably one of the smartest things we can do right out of the gate. And I'll tell you why. I'm a lot older than you guys, for most of you. I was in during Beirut, so we're coming up to the anniversary on October 23rd. Um, um, I can't even tell you the joy about Nasrallah being finally taken out after all these years, but that's another story. And all that being said, it has to be an uncontested victory, and that's the only way we can get to it. Now, Department of Education, that is all part of the long-term process of a psyop war. Okay, if you look at things like Department of Education, how there's all this indoctrination starts happening there with our children, how they've gone through and rewritten curriculums and histories. It's absolutely has to go back to the states without question. And if you watch the recent union convention they had with I'm trying to remember her name now. They're the leader for the teachers union. I think it's Weinstein or something. I can't remember her name, but she was up there waving her arms and smacking the podium like a little Hitler. They are very, very anti USA. They're anti a lot of things, and they think they're smarter than all of us, and that is not the case. And you look at the indoctrination, how they've taken the Department of Education and watered it down so much. But also you look at like what Walz has done in Minnesota and in other states too, like of course New York and California, with allowing trans into our schools, which is absolutely indoctrination and child abuse in my viewpoint. Because if you look to the National Institute of Mental Health, the human brain doesn't fully develop to the mid to late 20s. So, and that's the frontal lobe, which has everything to do with rational decision making, which is, and if you look at it, it's again part of the whole psyop operations. And if you want to look into how much the government knows about the human brain development, just look to our Medal of Honor recipients during the Vietnam War. I think the average age was 19 to like 23. I mean, not even fully developed brains. That's a reason why Department of Defense takes kids right out of high school at 17 years old. There's a reason why they're allowing trans into high schools. They're trying to demasculate America, as far as I'm concerned, and our military. But I'd like to ask Mike on the PSYOP war aspect of all of this. Even if you look at the DNC convention, they mentioned Trump's name 401 times, if you count them. 401 times. RNC convention, I think they mentioned Biden 6 or maybe 9 times through the entire convention. So if you don't see that as a psychological warfare that they're constantly bombarding on us and our children with the constant repetitiveness of Trump evil, this, that, and the other, I'd like to know Mike's thought on that. And I also like to ask our Colonel Roy, I also like to ask you if you ever heard of Silk Purse, because I have a friend of mine's father who was one of the leaders in Operation Silk Purse. And I'll land here. Thanks, Bryce.
Hey, thanks for the question. Yeah, the psyop thing I think it's unbelievably powerful, and like you're exactly what you're saying. Like how many times they mention Trump. Just look at what their whole campaign is and what the mainstream media.
Oh no, did we lose Mike?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I did what you did. I was talking with the mic muted.
And
But
here
no,
I'm banging my stuff. Sorry, Colonel Roy.
yeah, that's all right. No, but I was the psyop thing is so powerful, and and the evidence of it is just look at what they're campaigning on, making people emotional, and it's mostly 99% based on lies. The things that they say Trump said, the things that that are taken out of context, the Project 2025, and abortion, which is belongs to the states now. And it's unbelievable that they can motivate a mindless base on from people that just aren't thinking critically, and that just buy into these lies and the psyop that you mentioned. It's super frustrating. And then I am not familiar with the operation that you mentioned, but thank you for the question.
I think we had like a little burp in the space or something. Getting a lot of people that suddenly got crashed out of the space. So bear with us for just a second.
Oh, I got crashed out of the space, everybody, too. So it's all right. I had to come back and get back in. So I am sorry. Apparently, I told you guys I'm on a list somewhere in the NSA. I absolutely believe it. I feel like the FBI and the NSA are like, well, this person is an extremist, and we got to fuck with him at every chance. But Yankee Doodle, go ahead, my friend.
So I think I answered. Did everybody catch my answer? I talked about the psyop a little bit, and then I also I wasn't familiar with the operation that was mentioned.
I did. I heard it. No word salad. Did you hear? Did you get it?
Yes, I did. Thanks a lot, Colonel Roy. So Operation Silk Person, you can look it up on Wikipedia. But he was one of the team commanders of the nuclear forces over in Europe back in the day. It's a long gone era. But yeah. Anyways, I didn't know if you knew anything about that. It's always interesting. Thanks.
But before we go over to Yankee Doodle, and for everybody, while I have you guys in here before this space crashes again, I just want to give you an idea of who Lieutenant Colonel Mike Roy is. And Mike, I know you've told me not to use your rank, but sometimes I feel like just out of respect, I have to. There was a space that we were holding, and it was a unity space between Maha and MAGA. And it was real early in the morning. It was like 2 a.m. And a sergeant, I believe it was a sergeant, in our active military got on, and you could tell that he was drinking. And he told us that this is like the fourth funeral for a person in his regiment that he had to put together. Basically, this individual committed suicide, and this was the fourth one within a very short amount of time. And you could hear in his voice how much pain he was going through, and how hurt he was, and he just wanted somebody to listen to him. And we tagged Mike in this, and we texted him, and it was 2 o'clock in the morning. We didn't expect. Mike was there immediately. Mike got on. He pulled that person and said, "Listen, let's talk to me. Here's my phone number. I DM'd you." And those two got off, and they got to speak with each other for a little while. And that person came back the very next week, sounding so much better and so grateful for the time that Mike gave him. I just want you guys to recognize the kind of person that Mike Roy is. That when there is a veteran in need, or there is an active member, an active service member in need, he's there for them. It doesn't matter what time it is. It doesn't matter where he's doing or what he's doing. He will drop everything to be there for that individual. Mike, if you want to talk a little bit about that, I don't know you. I know you're not really one of those people that likes to pat yourself on the back, so that's why I'm doing it for you. But to me, it was a beautiful moment that I got to experience.
Hey, thank you, Bryce, for talking about it. I actually I'm glad that he's doing well. We still do text, and I've been in a unit that had a suicide, and um, what that does to a unit is unbelievable. As far as I don't know, you have to have this culture of caring, and those are your brothers and sisters in arms. And then to see somebody suffer like that and to question, you know, what could I have done? What did I miss? It's really devastating, and it's something that when I was a squadron commander, I took very seriously. And I really, my whole goal was to have a culture where people cared for each other, where, supervisors at every level would uh, know what was going on with the people that worked for them. And there's this, there's this concept of resilience and being able to bounce back and provide, being able to lean on your community. And I think that, that is something that we all need to do better, and especially, in the military. You just have to value everybody, value their family. And you have to realize that the work that those people do is exceptional. And I want their family members to know that. And it hurts deeply if somebody is in need, in your life or in your orbit or whatever. Just reach out and be kind to people. And I was grateful to be able to talk to him, and grateful that he came out on the other end. And it's just one of those things. When that happens, it's one of those things that it just never goes away. It never leaves you. And I'm glad he's okay. But thanks for bringing that up, Bryce.
It just goes to show you, Mike, you haven't stopped being a hero since you got out of the military. It's just ingrained in you, and that's what you are. You're a hero of the Republic, man, and you show up. And I really appreciate you, and I appreciate everything that you do. I appreciate everything that you've done for this country, and how much you care for our veterans, and how personal it is for you that 24 veterans a day commit suicide. It's inspiring, sir, and I'm just grateful. I'm grateful for your friendship.
Hey, likewise, Bryce. Thank you so much.
Yankee Doodle, can you speak now?
Let's see. Can you hear me?
Oh, there he is.
Hey, Yankee, welcome.
Hey, what's up? I've been listening to this conversation. I'm thinking about make America first again. And someone was talking about the Department of Education. And one of the things that breaks my heart is the nationalist pride that has been taken out of the education, right? Because America first means embracing and celebrating a very rich and unique heritage. Right? It shaped every aspect of the United States and how the rest of the world used to view us. They don't view us the same way anymore. Right? This concept of American exceptionalism, it was a highlight of it fundamentally set us aside from every other country in the world. And I'm not just talking like what I'm sorry. Give me a second. Something came up.
No worries, it's okay. Um, you know, I think that what America first means in its heart, and why it's so important, is that we care about our veterans, right? Like, America first. I don't know an organization, and this is what's brilliant about it. Look at all of you wonderful people that show up to this space every day and have America first in your profile. We all have a little bit of difference about what we believe America first is, but we come together based on the fact that we believe in Americanism. We believe in American nationalism, and we believe that it's okay to say America first. We believe it's okay to say, "Hey, I'm a little bit nationalist. Hey, I believe in non-interventionism. Hey, I believe in isolationism." It doesn't matter what you believe in. You being America first, to me, makes you one of the most valuable assets we have on this platform. And you and so many of you put it out there on your profile. And if more people did that, I think that we could have this swelling of pride in our country again. If more people thought like you all did, if more people felt the way that you guys did, if more people had that ounce, just an ounce of patriotism like you guys did, this country would be a better place. Go ahead, Yankee Doodle. Let's finish your thought.
Right. And so what I was trying to get at is that America is at its foundation a country built on liberty and freedom. It's unlike any other nation in the world that was previously built on monarchies or empires. The American Revolution was a bold assertion that every individual had inherent rights that could not be taken away by the government. And that's what we're facing today. We're facing a government that, on the flip side, is trying to and has incorporated censorship laws throughout the entire nation. Right. So they had two censorship laws that were just overturned in California for being unconstitutional. That's what it means to have pride in your country, because understand something: the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution are the two most significant documents in human history. In human history, it enshrined fundamental rights, the freedom of speech, the freedom of religion, and the right to self-govern. How many nations out there right now have the capacity to self-govern? Really think about what that means, to say, hey, I'm involved in the decisions my government makes at the lowest level, and my voice is heard. When we look at websites that Robert F. Kennedy put forward inside this Trump administration of policies for the people, this is the first time in history we are leveraging technology in a way that we can have real impact on the VA and how the United States is going to interact with NATO. Real people just like you and me are going to put forth policies that are going to get reviewed. And you know what? Now the best and brightest minds in the world are coming together to write things in a way that are going to shape the future. It's not gonna be shaped for us. We are gonna shape that future. All right. So this is like a symbol that the American experiment, it's empowered by its own citizens, and it's inspired by these movements of freedom, and it's going to put us back as a beacon to what a democracy looks like to the rest of the world. And so what I really want is for national pride to come back to this country, because when there was national pride, there wasn't political division. American nationalism is the ability to unite Americans around common values, right? You hear this mockingbird statement come out of all of our politicians. There's more that we have in common that divides us, and that's true. But the problem is it's not being taught at the most fundamental values when children are trying to understand who they are and what their place is in society. Right. I remember as a young boy standing in class, putting my hand over my heart and saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I remember at every sporting event standing up in a crowd, taking off my hat and singing, you know, our national anthem. You know, and we had folklore songs. Look, my name, Yankee Doodle, comes from American folklore. You may think it's a kid's song. No, this is what grown men sang as they marched to death. This is not some children's name. And yet we've lost that. So patriotism is about loving your country. It's about commitment to betterment. It's not being tied to one partment or one party. It's not being tied to one ideology. It's about the shared identity at what makes America strong. So putting your country first, being an American nationalist, all right, that is core to what this American experiment is. And I hope that everyone embroidles that in their heart, they engrave it into their soul, and they pass it along, because that is what are the words I'm looking for here? That is the essence that makes up the American dream. So when we pass that down to our children, that's what they should be getting. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Yankee Doodle. That's awesome. Miss Amarosa, what do we got?
I have to say, Yankee, you made me emotional because you're 100% spot on. And sorry if I get emotional. It's just we've been through a lot as a country and as a people. And, the left has for far too long weaponized indoctrination to strip away our American pride and just totally dismantle everything that our country was founded on. And, they've done this in our schools, in the media, and they're rewriting the American history from one that's supposed to be about heroism and liberty to one of oppression and shame, and it needs to be stopped. We cannot let them win. We cannot let them do this to us. We cannot let them do this to our children, because they're teaching our youth to reject the greatness of our country, the capacity of greatness that we can continue to achieve. And they've been doing this, and they've been dividing people, and for so long so many people have been guilty. They've felt guilt ridden to stand united with us, and it really needs to stop. And whatever America First means to you, it could be different. Like what Bryce said, it may be different to each and every one of us what America First looks like, and that is okay. But one thing I will ask you guys to do is never ever be ashamed to say you want to put America first, because it is not racist. That is just a narrative that they've like smeared all over every platform in our education system, all over the media. They do this purposely to try and silence us. So never be ashamed of it, because putting America first means, we're making sure our veterans receive the care they deserve. Our American workers have jobs so they can provide for their families. So our children, feel safe in school. And I don't mean just safe as far as, someone being violent to them, but safe as far as it goes to, you know, having education, the basic education that is should they should be receiving, and not this indoctrination and these woke ideologies that are being shoved into their young minds. So please never ever ever be ashamed. I want you guys to be unapologetically proud to be American, proud of our history, proud of our people, and proud for the path that we are paving. We are doing it together. I cannot emphasize it enough. We must get out and vote and get every single man, woman, every single person we can on board. It's our way of fighting back. And I know we can do this. This is about ensuring the welfare of our people, and we need to come before anything else. We've struggled, we've taken a lot of crap, and enough is enough. So please, I just love all of you America First people. It doesn't matter what America First looks like to you. You may be in isolation. It doesn't matter. If you believe that you're putting America first is the right way, I want you to be proud of it, because we deserve it as a people. And they do not want us to be united. They want to divide us, because when they divide us, they conquer. And we will not let that happen, because I know in my heart, this time around, we're making history. We're on the right side of history. And God bless us all, because I really think that it is an exciting time to be a participant in our country and to fight for our freedoms.
I I take a lot of pride in what we're doing here today, and like Trump is putting together this amazing team. I feel like I'm putting together this amazing team. For those of you that don't know, Yankee Doodle is the one who helped create my website. um, Yankee Doodle, Mike Roy has offered to write up our Veterans for America First section. So if we can get with him on the back end, I'd like to have you guys kind of put your head together. Miss Amorosa has joined us too. She is now a part of my Make America First Again team. I'm building my Make America First Again team. Trump is building his team. We've got a team out there that is just dedicated to this country. And God, doesn't that just feel so good? Doesn't it feel so good to have people like Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, Nicole Shanahan, Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, all together, putting aside whatever differences they have and saying, we're going to work together to make America first again. We're going to work together to take out the bureaucrats that are destroying this nation and to declare war on BlackRock and Vanguard. I have never been more happy to be an American citizen than I am right now, because I feel we are leading a revolution, right? We are the revolutionaries right now. This is our 1776 moment. We are using this platform to grab our metaphorical weapons and say no more. We're going to bring a red wave. We're going to bring Donald Trump this election, and then we are going after BlackRock. We're going after Vanguard, and we're going after State Street. And we're going to let every single person know that if you stand against America, we stand against you. If you don't support America, we don't support you. If you are going to work actively against the better nature of this country, we are going to work against you. And I'm going to promise you guys something. MakeAmericaFirstPride.com. We are going to have a section that is going to tell you which politicians are America first, which ones are putting their money where their mouth is. We are going to put out for every single individual who wants to know, who are the people in my state that are going to be America first? Who's on the ballot that's going to be America first? We are going to do our best to get that information out there for you, so that you know when voting time comes next time around, okay, this person is going to put my interests and the interest of my children before the interest of somebody in Jordan, or the interest of somebody in Ukraine, or the interest of somebody in Taiwan. This movement doesn't end in 2024. This movement continues to go. It's going to continue to grow. We're going to continue to grow our team, and hopefully what we can do is get rid of the establishment and the neocons and the neoliberals and replace them with people that actually love our country. Anon, I see that you came up, you wanted to speak. My brother, come on. What do you got for us?
Yeah, no, thanks for bringing me up here. I guess what I will kind of focus on is our universities. So here, let me say it like this. So as law enforcement, I felt really glad to have a body cam on me, because like I can sit there and demonstrate to you guys I'm doing the right thing. Um, and I feel like that has been a blessing for law enforcement. If you talk to all the officers, they're glad to have that on them. But let me say this, though, is our universities, at this point, I think that we should start talking about recording their lectures. I don't know if you guys seen that clown coming out of Kansas who basically said he went to line up male Trump supporters and shoot them. Like, this doesn't come to light unless there's someone in there recording it. So at this point, I don't trust our universities. I really don't. They really are anti-America. They're anti-Western values. They push very Marxist ideology. I don't trust them anymore. And I don't think the American people should trust them anymore. So I don't know. We need legislation. I don't like to talk about adding more to the government, but I think this is absolutely useful, because they're fully infiltrated by our enemies. But we need to record their lectures, and when they are promoting anti-America, not promoting, but teaching it, indoctrinating our youth, then we should do something about it, because we are losing on that front. They've been doing this the last 30 to 40 years. Look at the votes. 18% of not even, it's white males that are educated are voting for Kamala. And the only thing that like speaks to this is indoctrination. They have been indoctrinated to think that half of the country, or over half the country, are racist people when they're being taught by racist professors. So yeah, definitely no more accountability to our universities. That's all I want to say.
Amen. I'm all for that. And my son being a 20-year-old and a student of San Diego State University, I tell him always, if you hear any of that crap, you record it and you bring it home, and we're going to send it out like crazy, because we won't stand for that at all.
Nobody should. Nobody should stand for that crap. Let's just be real. They're Newsom, Gretchen, Whitmer here in Michigan has harmed this state so bad. I question whether or not we can come back from it. We have students right now that are graduating high school that don't know how to read. They don't know how to spell. They don't even know how to do basic math, but they're passing them. They are passing them and letting these kids out into the world ignorant as shit. And what's happening to a lot of these kids? Well, guess what? They're realizing they're not prepared for the world that's out there. They weren't taught anything. In fact, they were kicked out of school and pushed into a electronic classroom. Most of them couldn't. They didn't know how. Their attention span wasn't there, and I don't blame them. I could not do that. In no way, shape, or form could I have been successful in school if it was online. It just, I can't. I'd have way too many distractions. I'd end up doing stuff that would end up hurting me and not helping me. And this is what the Democrats did. This is what the Democrats did. They took our children out of school. They created ignorance. And now we have children that are coming out believing exactly whatever MSN tells them, exactly whatever the Democratic Party tells them. They have created mindless robots that believe whatever the government tells them. And that is a crime. When I was growing up, yeah, I had liberal teachers, but they told us, to question. They told us to think for ourselves. They told us to go out and do the research. Well, now we're being told what the research is. Now we're being told what all of these things are. We're not being told to go out and find it for ourselves. We're told this is what it is. These are the enemies. And these kids are coming out truthfully believing that Republicans or republicanism is bad, that capitalism is bad. I can't tell you how many people are telling me, like, I have conversations with kids that are in high school today, and they're telling me that capitalism is the root problem of all the things that we have going on. And I looked at him and I'm like, you realize that we don't actually have capitalism, right? That this is not a capitalist society. We don't have free markets. If we had free markets, we wouldn't be bailing out every freaking industry. Free market says, hey, this is the land of the fittest. If you can't survive, there's something that you're doing wrong. And if you're doing something wrong, you don't deserve to be in business. That's how we did things for years. That's how the free market economy thrived. If you were not cost effective, if you couldn't run your business correctly, the free market decided that your business shouldn't exist. But instead, what we do is we go out and we bail out the banks, we bail out the automotive industry, we bail out all of these industries who continuously make piss poor decisions, and we don't get anything in return. And one company out of them all refused to take any handouts, and I applaud the Ford Motor Company. And I just want to tell you guys a quick story. When they were all coming to this meeting that Barack Obama had put together to bail out the automotive industry, the people from Chrysler, the people from GM flew in on private jets. The people from Ford drove. They drove their own cars to this event. They didn't take a private jet. They didn't do any of that. And when they got there, they said, we're not taking a dime. If we fail, we fail. But we're going to try to do it on our own accord. And God bless the Ford Motor Company for trying as hard as they did to keep the people in the state of Michigan employed. It's been hard. Gretchen is making it really, really difficult on them. The Democrats are making it really, really difficult on them. NAFTA destroyed this country, and look at who pushed it. Neocons and neoliberals who do not care about this country. We were sold a bill of goods from the Democrats and from the Republicans that this was going to be the greatest thing for us, that NAFTA was going to create so many jobs. What it did was exactly what Ross Perot said. There was going to be there's a giant sucking sound going south of the border, going east of the border, going everywhere out of here, but staying in the United States. And we are constantly getting fucked by piss poor trade deals, by bad management and bad government. And God damn it, we need to return to the republic that we were supposed to have. I don't think that if Ben Franklin was to come to here today, that he would be applauding what we have right now. I think George Washington would be, you guys failed. You guys failed the republic. You guys failed Americans. You guys failed all of us. And you know what? God hoping that we can get these people one day to come back. God hoping that we can get, a time machine or something, and we can have our founding fathers come back to us and say, you guys failed. You guys failed the American people. You guys failed the American way. This is wrong what you're doing. You need to go back to the republic that we gave you. This isn't it. This is dictatorship. This is socialism. And this is even the Republicans, the neocons. It's socialism. Us bailing out corporations is corporate socialism. Go ahead, Jojo.
Wait, we've got Bryce banging his table. That's passionate patriotism right there. I love you, Bryce. I do.
I just love this country so damn much, guys. I'm sorry. Like, I I am now capable of not having a. You don't understand. I've been wanting to be independent and not have to worry about work for a really long time. And Elon Musk gave that to me. America gave that to me. And so if I'm passionate, it's just because America has given me so fucking much that I love this country so fucking much. And I appreciate it. And I just want everybody to appreciate it as much as I do. Jojo, I'm sorry. I totally stepped all over you. It is your turn.
Not to step, Jojo. I can't hear you. Can anybody hear him?
It
I
looks
can't.
like Jojo was having problems with their microphone.
Got you. Hey Bryce, let me add this real quick though. I just
Go
dropped this
ahead.
in the nest. I dropped in a nest. It's from Defiant. He just posted it recently. Are you guys proud to be American? And you keep saying it. It depends. I'm telling you right now. This starts from education. We have these teachers who have gone to their indoctrination factory with universities, and they are now passing that along to our kids. Like this is serious. Like we really do need to demand that these lectures be recorded. And if they're not doing anything wrong, then there's nothing to worry about. So, but we know what it is. You don't develop this anti-American rhetoric and beliefs without indoctrination. So we definitely need to start holding our teachers accountable at this point.
You know what what else we need to do is we need to abolish the teachers union. That didn't come until the Department of Education was created. Teachers didn't have unions. They didn't need unions. They would tell their communities, "Hey, this is what our school system looks like." And it was up to the schools, the community to decide, hey, we need to raise property taxes, or maybe we need to do a special tax so that we can fix our school and we can increase the pay for our teachers. That was up to the community. The community got to decide whether they felt that the teachers deserved a raise or not. And I don't think that the way that we have it right now is the right path forward. It needs to go on merit. If you get a raise, it's because you're doing a phenomenal job teaching our children. You're giving them the independence that they need to think for themselves. You're giving them the courage to think for themselves. You're giving them pride in their civic duties. But if you're not doing that, then I'm not going to give you a damn penny more. That you don't deserve it if you can't just do those little tiny things. How dare you say that you deserve more money when you're indoctrinating children with your garbage? Jojo, go ahead. Can you hear
Hey,
us?
thank you, Bryce. Yeah, I think I had to be recycled. Thank you. Your this space should have like over 10,000 people listening, and that's exactly why you don't, because you were telling the truth. Unfortunately, it's the same thing as me, as I'm an American. Um, I have a different perspective on everything that I like to. There's a disconnect between our community, Iranian Americans and Americans. Now we have a voice after Donald Trump came to office, exposed a lot of these things that all rooted in Iran. When I say Iran. There is a big misunderstanding that there's two entities involved. One is the Islamic Republic, which is the Islamic State occupying Iran and is holding Iran and is using the name Iran to portray itself to the world as it's a country, as it's a nation, which is not even Iranian. They are not even born, most of them, in Iran. They are born in foreign countries, specifically Iraq. And they speak some broken Farsi, Persian, and that's it. So I want to say this because this is very crucial to identify our enemy. Okay, this is an Islamic state with a form of a government in Iran. So they have a very strong influence in America since they came to power by the help of Jimmy Carter, the Democrat Party, as usual. They created a lobby in the United States. They're using the name Iranian National Iranian American Council. They're on face on here on X. You could go their page, NIAC, NIAC, National Iranian American Council. Uh, and it's with one seat. These- They were
Jojo, you are rubber banding really hard, man. We're getting every other
oh,
thing. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but I want
can
to.
you please
Yes,
recycle me?
absolutely. I want to return back to.
I'm gonna get
I
about.
want to return back to Mike Roy. Mike, I know you have to leave soon, and I just want you to know, man, I am so grateful for you and everything that you've done and giving us the time to be here. Is there anything that you want to say? Is there anything that's on your heart or anything that you want to leave people with before you have to go?
Yeah, Bryce. This I was getting to your point.
Hold on one
Uh,
second, Jojo. We're gonna. This
oh,
was actually a space for Lieutenant Colonel Mike Roy. I do want to
okay.
make sure that he's able to say his goodbyes and kind of finish his thought. So, Mike, is there anything that you want to say to us before you have to go?
No, just again, I appreciate so much you having me on, and I appreciate the space. I love hearing everybody's patriotism and just love for the country, and you know, a clear path forward. And I'm so grateful. It's refreshing to hear everybody with such pride in our country. I'm just so grateful. And thanks for hosting. Great conversation. We need to keep up these conversations. We need to have these conversations with our neighbors, and stay hopeful for our future. But I appreciate everybody for the great questions, the conversation, for you hosting, and Bulldog, and um, Miss Amorosa, and everybody. So I hope you guys have a fantastic weekend. And again, thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you so much, Mike. And I think you'll be happy to know that we end every space with the Star Spangled Banner. We're going to continue to make people proud to be Americans. We're going to continue to give voices to our veterans. I hope that you'll come back. I hope that you'll speak with us again. I've added you and along with Yankee Doodle and Miss Amorosa, and we're going to get that veterans tab up on AmericaFirstPride.com. And I am just so excited to have you a part of it. I'm so just excited for all of the things that are about to come. So, Mike, God bless you. I'm saluting you right now. Please stay safe when you go out to California, and know that our hearts are with you.
And Bryce, if you
Hold
don't
on
mind,
one
I
second.
also want
Hold
to
on
echo
one
the
second,
same.
guys. Like we're gonna let Mike finish up. This is Mike's moment, so I will call on you when I'm ready for you guys.
Yeah.
Sure.
Again, thank you for hosting, and I'm looking forward to participating in your website. Appreciate Yankee Doodle's work on that too, and I can't wait to stay involved, and I'll definitely be back. But thanks again.
Appreciate you, Mike. Go ahead, Bulldog.
Yeah, and Mike, before you leave, I want to echo the sentiments that Bryce said. He couldn't said it better, as well as Miss Amorosa, my newest favorite Chilena on X. And if you do have time, sir, there's a fantastic community out there run by a veteran who is a big Vivek supporter, and he's the only veteran that we know of that Vivek actually follows. We asked him to come here, but he sadly had to go to the emergency room to take his daughter for something. We hope things are going well for him. But his community is called Vivek for Vets. I hope that you will be able to go and check it out and meet Carl. He's a great man, and like I said, he's one of the few, if probably the only veteran that Vivek follows. And thank you very much.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'll definitely do that.
Okay, go ahead, Jojo, and let's see if we got
Hey,
your
Bryce.
speaker situation back.
Thank you, Bryce. I hope Mike can stay a little bit and listen, also as what I have to say. Uh, Mike, thank you for your service, and Bryce, you are priceless. What you are doing. Um, I feel exactly the same way. Also, millions of Iranians in Iran exactly feel the same you do. There for their country, they want to stand up for their flag and their national anthem, especially in my country, which is occupied by a foreign entity. And that entity today, that entity is in United States. It's been active for about 25 years. It controls the United States Democrat Party. They are using the name Iranian American Council as a face, as a mask to represent Iranian Americans. They are very powerful. They are the same as the APAC of the Jewish lobby, but they have a control over the Democrats' policies. They, at some point, you guys were talking about the school systems. I'm not sure myself at what point there was a vacuum in this educational system of ours. You know, I went to I went to junior high school in New York, and at that point we didn't have such a mentality in schools, and this is in the 90s. Slowly things have changed towards anti-Americanism, as you all know, as we all see, this anti-American sentiment. um, a lot of foreign agents from specifically Islamic Republic, Iran, and China, they have infiltrated the school system here. They are openly advocating for anti Americanism. They openly bash Christianity. And I am not a Christian. They are brainwashing the masses. That's how it started in my country. They started from schools and college yards, from the school backyards. They started chanting death to the king, and then they started slowly coming to the streets, and then they started the protests that you see, Gaza protests, the Black Lives Matter protests. These are all rooted in Iran. Believe it or not, if you go deep inside of this agency that I am talking about, National Iranian American Council, NIAC, they are on X. Just go over their lists of their posts and you will see clearly how anti-American they are. They are walking in the lobbies of United States. They are controlling Kamala Harris. They had control over all the secretaries of state, all the way back to Madeleine Albright. If you guys are old enough to know, back in the 80s, Madeleine Albright, she was gifted a Persian rug, which is on camera. I can show you those pictures. She was gifted Persian rugs as a way to buy her. This was so simple back then. Nowadays, they control them by funding their campaigns through secret foundations, NGOs. This is very crucial, Bryce. My mission in life as an Iranian American immigrant, okay, my mission is to expose this lobby. I am being labeled as an agent of Islamic Republic as I'm talking to you. Like, they are bashing me on so many different spaces because I'm speaking out. I got banned from Department of State Facebook page along millions of other Iranians on the Facebook page for Department of State because we were exposing Hillary Clinton's connection to Iran. And then we found out there was one of these Iranian employees from NIAC, this same lobby that I'm talking about. She was working in that office, so she had control over the media, social media of the Department of State. When Donald Trump became president, uh, Mike Pompeo, he fired basically John Kerry and that girl. They both got fired on the same day from Department of State, and she turned around and sued the Department of State for firing her without a cause. So these people have very deep roots, Bryce. I know a lot of Americans are lost. Why are we having this Kamala Harris's in our faces? Why do we have these anti-Americanists? Why do we have Barack Obamas? These people are backed by Islamic Republic, China, and Russia. But mainly on the ground, it's Iranian people because we speak fluent English. We can pass as Italian, we can pass as Greek, we can pass as Arab. We have a very talent that we can mix with the other side, and these people are using our name as Iranians in America to get close to people who have anti-American feelings, anti-American hatred. They have this hatred for this country, and they hire these people. They bring them over to their side, and that's the vacuum that you guys are talking about in the school system. They have implemented strategically teachers in Colombia, in Harvard, in all these top-notch colleges, universities. They have I mean, there is a professor that was teaching in Princeton. This guy had murdered somebody in Europe. He had someone beheaded. He had the throat of our former prime minister of Iran beheaded in the 1980s. This person is teaching in Princeton. His name is Mousavian. Moussavian. This is one of them. There is so many of them. There are people from Iran that are working with Obama. With right now, we have a whole movement. If you guys follow these hashtags, NIAC, NIAC, and PAIA, PAIIA. If you guys follow these hashtags, go through all the Iranian Americans and Iranians that are posting about them. They are exposing all their linkages between these people, how they are connected. Like right now, they are advising these people again. They have taken control of Kamala Harris. Now they're taking photo ops of Kamala Harris in private parties. So they have complete control. They have control over the Black Lives Matter at some point. They had control over the Antifa. They have control over every anti-American movement, guys. Iran is the head of your enemy. If you want to take down the Democrat Party, you need to focus on the connections with the Islamic Republic. I know this is very new to many people, but
Hey,
this
Jojo.
yes,
Listen, I don't think that the Iranian party like actually moves all of it, but are they supportive of it? Do they try to advance it? Yes. But I think that like Jojo, so hear me out on this. It's like, first of all, I'm sorry this has happened to your people, and I'm fully supported to get you guys the freedom that you deserve. But they just jump on with Marxist ideology because
exactly.
it fits them. Okay, so I'm not going to sit there and say that Iran is like the root of all of our problems, which I'm ready to overthrow Khamenei and whatnot. But like this has been festering way before that, and it's just communist. It's communism, and it comes in all different packages. But it has really got to a point where our universities are very comfortable with teaching this Marxist ideology and this communist ideology. And that's why, the best way to do it is transparency. To fight back against this transparency, because people are going to say, "Oh, you guys are just being paranoid." Okay, then let them record their lectures. Then
Exactly. What I am focusing on is the actual physical the things that are actually on the ground. The ideology that you're speaking of is 100% correct. They're using their leftist or ideology to side with Americans that are anti-American, or they are just leftist. They're using those people, and they are pushing their own agenda. The agenda in for an average person is Marxism. Okay, the average person thinks of it as it's a Marxist communist agenda. It's actually an overthrowing of the US government agenda. It's overthrowing the power of the United States to allow China and Russia to come in. And they are using the Iranians' proxies to do this work on the ground. Now, the ideology is there, you're right. 150% is the Marxist ideology, but it's the people who are pushing it are mostly backed by George Soros, which is funding this Iranian American council. Their president got so exposed. He got so exposed that in an email, finally, when he sued an Iranian like me, the attorney, the judge, ordered his emails to be released. In his emails is when we found out he has direct email to the government in Iran. He had direct email to Iran.
Well, Jojo,
That's how
I'll
he
tell
got it.
you, I'll tell you, if you're saying that the Democrats are globalists and have the interest of foreign nations over American nations, but brother, trust me, we know.
Uh,
Um,
Bryce, what I'm saying is that we shouldn't put label on them and call them just globalist. We need to go after the specifics. What I want to do is bring this attention to the people so they understand that this globalism that you're hearing, these are the people involved. So if you want that to stop, you need to cut their arms. That's basically how I'm looking at it. I understand what you're saying. That's more like a general idea of it. But on the specific level, this is mostly for the intelligence community. My message is to the people who have access to this. If they can get their hands on this information, which is very easily found, but many people can help find these exact specific connections, that's when we will see the globalism slow down and eventually go away. But till then, we are just throwing our fists in the air. But what we're doing right now, this is tremendous. I never imagined Americans become so nationalist. I am so happy to see this. I'm so happy for something like this to come into space and be able to talk to you guys about what's going on. And I'm very proud of everybody, especially Bryce, for bringing this to this space. Thank you. I'm gonna land here. I don't want to talk too much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jojo, for coming up here.
Hey, 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 guys! I just I got into the space and it seemed like he was propagating for wars, and I'm totally. You guys know America first. I am against all wars. I don't care what side you're on. You guys deal with your own stuff. We need to stop selling weapons to these people on either side, and they need to resolve their own conflicts and worry about America first. That's all I had to say on that one. But let's go.
Rigo took the damn words right out of my mouth. God, you said exactly what I was thinking.
May I? May
And that's what this is, right? Like we need to tell the world and make it very clear that we are no longer the arbiters of their defense. We are no longer the people that are responsible for them. If you want freedom, it is up to you to rebel against your government, to end the tyranny the way that we did in 1776 against the British. The United States said no more. We are not going to have this shit anymore. You are not going to tax us. And guys, like, I want to make this clear. We went to war over a 2% tax on tea. 2% tax on tea. Could you imagine what George Washington would say knowing that our paychecks are being taxed at 25%? He would be furious.
George Washington would be kicking in our doors right now, dragging us outside to be like in marching lines.
Dude, hey. we would be sent to the shed, and we would be getting the paddling of our life from our founding fathers. And I think that's something that we need to do. Like, we need to bring our founding fathers back. And I'm sorry, but Obama, Biden, Harris, George W. Bush, George Herbert Walker Bush, well, he's dead now. But those guys need a strong paddling from our founding fathers, because I think that they started this move and the destruction of the republic. And
Bryce,
Hey,
can I add to the point of the gentleman who?
Hold on one second, Jojo. Let's raise your hand, because I've got 1 million people here that want to speak. So I will get to you after we get through that. But we've got Yankee Doodle who wants to speak. Then we're going to go to AJ. Then we're going to go to Dave. Then we're going to go to Anon, and then we'll go back to you.
Yeah. And we got Gotcha down there as well.
Gotcha. We got to go to Gotcha. Damn, Gotcha. You need to go first, because you've been having some serious trouble. And Gotcha just fell. So go ahead, Yankee Doodle. You had your hand up. Then we're going to go to AJ. Then we're going to go to Dave. Then it's Anon, and then Jojo. Back to you.
So I'm going to take a short flight. I don't have a lot to say, but I wanted to talk a little bit about NATO, our alliances, and our interventionist what been going on here lately. And I just want to say that America first, it means preserving American sovereignty, right? There's a decision-making power that happens, and I think we should be cautious about surrendering these decisions to foreign policies and decision makers who work for multilateral organizations, and they don't always prioritize American first, right? So I'm talking dual citizenships. I'm talking about organizations that should be registered as foreign lobbies, and they have no decision. They have no place making decisions on what our sovereignty and what our national defense or what our NATO budget looks like, right? So we're in it paying an disproportional amount of funds into NATO in defense of an American homeland. I don't know how that makes sense. Right, we're an empire collapsing under the weight of a NATO alliance. I think it's more important that America focuses on primary defense investments here at home, right? We should be redirecting these resources away from foreign military commitments and strengthening American defense infrastructure. That's a key tenet to what would be an American first policy. I don't give two rats about Ukraine. I don't give two rats about Israel. I don't care. And maybe that makes me anti-Semitic or anti-Russian. I don't know. What's the word for anti-Russian? Is there a word for that? I don't know. I just don't care what this type of engagement is going to look like for the United States, because we're spending and shelling out billions of dollars, right? And I'm not just talking like $1 or $2 billion. I'm talking hundreds of billions of dollars. Not to mention, when we pulled out, you might hear my daughter babbling here in the background right now. She's talking along with me. She is riled up by this. We ended up spending $152 billion in powering the Taliban, right? We left military equipment. We lost 13 American soldiers who died on the runway, right? And we began accidentally paying them money over a period of time. And now they've gone ahead and Russia has acknowledged them as a government entity, and they've gone and applied for BRICS. So they're no longer a terrorist organization in the eyes of China. In fact, China has set down social media influencers to go hang out with these people and show how wonderful the Taliban is and how attractive their young men are, right? That was their campaign against their own people, to show how they should be doing tourism to Afghanistan. So if America wants to get away from this nightmarish, hellish situation, we need to be out of geopolitics. All right, we can never get these people to get along, right? They don't embrace the same types of values and self-governorship that we do, and they won't. So I'll end it right here. America needs to stop shelling money out in proxy wars that has no business dealing. It's making us less safe, more unstable, and at the end of the day, this is going to be the Achilles heel. This is what's going to cripple us to the point that they can infiltrate us, to the point that it will be us out in the streets doing the unthinkable, looking for a George Washington to lead us. All right, thank you.
Hey, Bryce, I don't want to jump in front of the line, but can I push back directly against that? Or you can have other people, but I would like to talk about that after I'm done.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Just so you guys know, I can no longer see anybody. So, Amarosa, I'm going to need your help here. I literally just, my screen is now blank. I can't see who's raised their hand, who's any of that.
Spaces is acting kind of crazy. I will ask for someone who spoke earlier that isn't going to speak, if one of you can hop down so I can bring David up who wants to speak. That would be wonderful.
I'll hop down. It's Jojo.
Can I speak in that meantime, Miss? It's up to you.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and do the rebuttal real quick.
Yeah, so I do agree with you that to the extent that we do need to make sure that we're pushing resources more to America. I'm not, and I don't think you are either as an isolationist, but I think that we always should support our allies. If we look at our universities, they're actually getting funded heavily by sources that came from Iran and Qatar. Okay, like this has been going on for quite a bit now. So it really explains to me this anti-American Reddit that we're seeing. And let me say it like this. So when we start talking about the United States, like China's not going to stop trying to do influence in the world. We have our safety, not just our safety, but we secure our resources through geopolitics. And I would agree with you that, yeah, we shouldn't just be spending out money that much. Honestly, with Ukraine, I don't really know how much we gain from it. I do like seeing Russia getting hit because Russia's always going against our interests. But I'll focus on Israel. Israel has Western values, and that is our ability to push Western values in the Middle East. And if you start looking at it, that's actually working to an extent. If you look at Saudi, if you look at
I have to step in for just a second on that one, and then I'll let you say what you want. And I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I know that I'll forget
understood,
this
sir,
if I don't.
understood.
I know that I just forget. You just said Western values, and that we should. Here's the thing: when Washington created what would be the modern presidency, one of the things he said is that we need to lead by example and not lead by pushing democracy or pushing Western values on other people. We lead by example. When we created our American Republic, there were 225 other democracies and republics that ended up coming within a 25-year period. We haven't had those numbers since that time because we don't lead by example anymore. We believe that we need to lead by morality and that we need to lead by conflict and intervention. And I would just say that is the truthfully against what the founding fathers wanted when they created this country. We were to lead by example. And I think that we don't need to prop up Israel. Israel is a dynamo military. They are taking on 3 entities right now, and they're doing it with brilliance. I talked to my friends who are in the Israeli army. They told me, we don't need you. We've got it. Just like all America needs to do is just stay out of what we're doing. And I hear that across the globe. We don't need your help. We've got this. Just stay out of what we're doing. The question needs to that I'm going to ask you, Anon, is how do you feel that we can push democracy out there for our people? Do you think that if we take a step back and we focus in on ourselves and really build a strong, powerful republic in which the people have the power, or through military intervention, which one do you think is going to build democracies across the world?
And good question, Bryce. So what I would say this is like I don't think we're going to have to do boots on the ground. I think that if we support our allies who are going to put in the fight, that they can defend themselves, and then they also show the light. If you look into the Middle East, who's the nation that has the best quality of life for everyone there? It's obviously Israel. Then we talk about Saudi Arabia, UAE. Guess what Saudi Arabia, UAE did? They have de-radicalized their population. They didn't do this just from like, oh, we just want to de-radicalize. No, they want to get into a freedom, a stability, and they want to move and advance. So what I'm saying is like, no, we don't need to do Iraq or Afghanistan. Those people were not ready for it. And that's fine. They can live in their fucking shitholes and fucking poop in a fucking hole in the ground. Okay.
This
What I'm
guy is
saying
bad
though,
for our movement.
what'd you say, God?
You said that you're against all forms of racism, and yet you say you're anti-Islamic. I don't think you're good for us.
Okay, so no. I'm actually very much for Arabs and everyone else. I will say that I'm against Islamist extremism. Did I say something that was going against that, sir?
Just the way that you said Arabs, you're obviously anti-people. Bryce, you need to get rid of him.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to get rid of people. I don't think that if we get rid of people, then we're not having a conversation, right? Like we need to be able to talk to each other. And I don't see him as being anti-people. He's anti-radical Islam. And I
Yeah.
understand that. I get that. As a person who has to deal with it in Dearborn, Michigan, and listen to people say "death to America," I have to admit I have my own reservations against radical Islam and Islamists. I do not see Arabs as our enemy. I don't see the Chinese as our enemy. I don't see the Russians as our enemy. I am somebody who doesn't want to see people as enemies. I want to see people as just individuals, just countries that are trying to do the best for themselves. And, unfortunately, some countries just they don't function well with democracy. There's going to be countries that are not going to be capable of having what we have, and we have to understand that and respect that. I know you guys, Anon, you called me an isolationist, and I am. It is. I am. I'm 100% an isolationist, and you didn't call me that in a negative connotation, but I'm owning that. I'm a nationalist and I'm an isolationist. I don't necessarily say that I don't want us being a part of a global community, right? Like I think we should trade, but I think that we have invested so much of our money, so much of our personnel, and so much of our time into other nations that we need to start wheeling it back for just a small amount of time. Like, we need to come back and just be isolationists for maybe 20 years so that we can figure out and rebuild the crumbling infrastructure of America. We need to really help our people. And Miss Amorosa, you live in California, so you can back me up on this. We have people that are living on boats in San Francisco who are working. They have good jobs, but they can't afford to live in San Francisco because of the leftist progressive bullshit that's been going on. They've been pushed out of the market, and these are people that have two income households that are now living on a boat because they can't afford to live in the mainland. And this is actually happening in a mass. Like, if you go and look at the harbor in San Francisco, there are boats everywhere. These communities of people that are now living on their boats because they can't afford to live in the mainland. I mean,
There's
we
actually
got to do something, guys.
There's actually a really good documentary about it that I just saw recently. I'll have to look for it and send it to you so we can share it in the next space, because it's sad. And they're working and they're making pretty good money for what would be normal for other families, but they yet can't afford to pay rent because it's sky high, and they'll never be able to own a home. That's never going to happen. And then, you have all the others that are, a working family, mother and father, who are working. They're living paycheck to paycheck, and they don't know if by Christmas they're going to be homeless. So it's a disaster. I do want to get to more speakers, only because I have a lot more requests, and I can't bring the people up to the stage because
Yeah,
we have too many.
Amarosa and Bulldog, you guys are going to have to be my
Very
eyes
true.
because I can't see anybody right now. I'm
I'll go
literally
ahead and
looking
step
at a
down.
blank screen.
No, no, no.
I'll,
Don't step out. Let's first. We're not kicking you out, Anon. This is a friendly American first space. We're not kicking you out. Let me just bring up, and forgive me if I have it wrong in order, because every time I get a phone call, then I forget who's next. But we're gonna go with AJ, Dave, um, Rigo, Gotcha, and then David. Is that good?
Yeah, love and light, everybody. Um, on the Russia note, well, first of all, on the San Francisco note, anytime a person or a household or a city or a state becomes godless, it just evolves into nonsense. I mean, there was a survey done among San Franciscans many years ago, probably a 10-year-old survey now. But out of the population that was polled, only 3 out of 4 San Franciscans believed in the Bible or identified as a Christian, something like that. Well, look at where it's at now. Obviously, $300 a month just to rent a parking space for your car. Money became its god, so to speak, and liberalism extreme liberalism eventually destroys. So, on the Russia note, um, I used to direct political talk shows for 5 years. It's not to brag, it's just to qualify what I'm about to say. The host and the producer of the program, called On Second Thought, on Comcast Channel 25, Santa Maria, California, public access network. That host and producer's name is William Wagner. He's on here. His handle is at Wild Bill 007 1945. He got an endorsement from Ted Gunderson, former FBI Ted Gunderson basically said, if you want to know what's going on, watch our TV show. And we would sometimes open the show with that clip. So what we're seeing on the global economic scale, coupled with the wars, what we're seeing is, if you'd read the book The Creature from Jekyll Island, or even heard of the book The Creature from Jekyll Island regarding the establishment of the Federal Reserve, you would understand that the money masters, they are aware that all wars are bankers' wars. And Russia still has their own currency. They're an extremely strong country. And America being tied to the Federal Reserve, anyone who lives in America, you know what that feels like. And if you understand the devaluation of our currency, the beginning of the parabolic curve of hyperinflation throw on you, my train of thought is stopping at your station. So what's happening is, with Ukraine, whatever biological or racial or boundary line issue that was occurring between Ukraine and Russia is relevant to the bankers, because they would like to see Russia capitulate and join the Federal Reserve currency system. And thank you for the hundreds, Dave. A couple of people you know what I'm talking about. So yeah, Dave, I'd love you to chime in on that when I'm done. So it's just a proxy. That's why they keep calling, you hear people calling it a proxy war. So thank God we haven't been called to go over and fight in Ukraine yet. Not all of us, or you know what I mean, like a draft. Had a few other points I want to make, but you got all the hands up, so I'm relaxing. I'm trying to build a benevolent community for people like us out in Utah right now, and I had a water tank break and flood, and I didn't sleep the other night. So I wish you all well. Thanks for having me up here. Appreciate you, Bryce. Good space.
Thank you, AJ, for sharing. We have Dave up next. I'm starting to do what Bryce did. I'm talking
okay.
with my mic on. Sorry.
All right. Hey, thanks for letting me join the space, guys. So I have a few thoughts. You know, I don't know if JoJo's still in the space or not. If he's listening, you know, it was nearly 2 decades ago that I was on a campus, but I had a good friend that would meet me in the quad to play pool, and I thought it was interesting at the time. He when somebody would ask him where he was from, or because he was an international student, he would always say Persia, right? And I obviously, when he said that, I was like, there's no country, he must be from Iran, right? And but he would say that uh, to people when he would introduce himself, and they would ask him where he's from, because he didn't feel confident in the understanding that the Iranian people are separate from uh, the Iranian Republic. You know, the it's there's just a stark difference between the government and the people there. And I think we all know that, but I just want to give a shout out to JoJo, because um, you know I know I have several friends that are from Iran, and all great people, and uh, your government. I mean, it's horrific what they do to the people there. Um, On to the second point. Speaking of academics and the the
Hey,
real
hey, Dave.
shit show. Go ahead.
Hey, Dave, this is David. How are you, my friend?
I'm good, man. How are you doing?
The, Good. No, I really like what you said. Can I stick on that for a minute? I want you to stay on that for one tiny bit longer,
You
because
want me to talk about? Yes,
no,
absolutely.
I want to hit that back at you, because and I just want everybody else to hear that, because I would be I do not want the people in the world to think of of me and you and Americans as our government. You
Oh
know,
man, you're telling me.
I think
You're
if you
telling
love,
me, man.
I think if you love your country, you'll hate your government. And when I was talking yesterday to people about Thomas Paine, and he was saying how government, it's at best is a necessary evil and at worst an affliction, and really it just is almost a symbol of our ability that it exists at all. And the fact that these political states all around the world are basically afflicting their own people, we are all suffering under the weight of evil men, and we're not like them. I should be able to walk down the street of Tehran and meet my brothers and sisters, and they are Persians. I always remind people this is a 7,000-year-old civilization, and I
Right.
can't go down and I can't see the ancient walls of Jericho, what remains of them. People who shared space with woolly mammoths and yet built a city. I can't go and see Uruk, thousands of years existing before our Greek forefathers. It's just a shame. And I like America in many ways is the greatest tyranny of all because it convinces us that we're free, even though we're being tyrannized every second of our life. They've mastered they've mastered tyranny in terms of spying on you, in terms of reading your texts and listening to your calls and all the things that Joseph said. So I really like that you said that because someone was disparaging to the Muslim world.
Yeah.
Is
Thank
Iran
you,
is
David.
surrounded by bases, and yet they're somehow the aggressor. So anyway, I just like that you brought that up. I
Yeah.
just wanted everybody to think about that.
Thanks, David. I appreciate that. I will add something to that, though. I will add something to that that I think is important to realize. So I think every person on earth needs to have a very healthy skepticism for anybody that says they're from the government, right? The famous Ronald Reagan quote, the worst sound in the world is, somebody knocking on your door and saying, "Hey, I'm the government. I'm here to help." That's the
I'm
worst
from
thing.
the government, and I'm here to help.
Yeah, it's terrible. So I agree with you there, but I also believe that structurally, our form of government is straight up the greatest
Hey, somebody has
infrastructure
their.
ever created,
Hey, Dave, hold
ever
on one
created
second,
in history.
guys. If somebody's gonna speak, please close your mic. I literally can't mute you because I can't see anything, and I am getting nothing but backsplash and background noise. So if you guys could, Dave, I'm gonna unmute. You go back on, but if everybody else could please, 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 please stay muted while he's speaking, and then then once he's done, open your mic. That would really, really benefit the whole space.
Thanks, Bryce, man. You're the man, buddy. I love you. So yeah, I agree with you, David, to a certain extent that every human being needs to have a very healthy skepticism for the government. However, I can tell you without any doubt in my mind that structurally, how our government is organized is so robust in its ability to create barriers for itself to maximize the citizen's ability to control the government. And I can't tell you how grateful I am for that structure because one huge problem, and I'm going to get back to this academics when I was in school, one huge problem that I noticed in terms of the academy is the apathy that exists there within the faculty system. Now, I was in school nearly 2 decades ago, but even then, I did somewhat of a case study in understanding why teachers in the department that I was in were so far left leaning. And what I discovered was something interesting that actually goes to the root of other problems within our society as a whole. And this is not a distraction, just a quick little bit of information. I thought this was interesting. You want to know overwhelmingly who the largest population is that purchases solar panels and adds solar systems to their homes. And you would think that it would be liberals, right? They want to save the planet. They want to encourage climate change prevention, etc. It's not actually the largest by percentage. The largest number of people that purchase solar systems are conservative, and I had to think about that for a long time. And the reason that I believe that's the case is because they recognize what the financial incentives, and they recognize that their perspective on its utility is good. And what I found within the academic community is, as well, was that there was a stark division that happened in the academy, where you would have these departments that the individuals that would get selected out of departments for administrative roles were almost entirely conservative. So you had these professors, and I want to say that this was happening over the course of several decades, where the administration would pull these conservative elements out because they saw the utility of these individuals in their in their approach to organization, et cetera, those skills. And it left those departments and the teachers in those departments largely on the left side. Now, what ended up happening, specifically in the school that I went to, was from the administration, these conservative individuals, once they were done with their administrative roles, they would try to enter back into their department sometimes, or they would go into the private sector. And overwhelmingly, it was like this one-way valve, if that makes sense. And the just to as a point of interest, the difference between the administration in a school and the departments themselves was stark, in that these departments would almost be like their own little microcosms, and they would be at war with the administration on how to lead their department, you know and the students had virtually no interaction with the administration of the schools. So any positive conservative influence that could exist within the academy was shrouded between this division between the administration and their departments. So fundamentally, I think that we have a responsibility for the downfall of our universities. And that's the point I wanted to make, is we yell and we're saying these universities have gone communist, they've gone Marxist, and you're right, absolutely you're right, but we share in that responsibility for what has happened. And and really, we've sat on our laurels for years and years and years, and exercised in our own self-interest, not willing to have these conversations with other people, but simply understand that we're acting on first principles and that should be good enough. And because of that apathy in terms of exercising our civic responsibility to have these conversations, it's led to this one-way valve system that has eventually eroded the very foundations of what the academy was meant to be. So I guess I just wanted to point that out, and I'd agree with everything that everybody else has said in terms of the we almost have to start from scratch with the academy, but we share in that responsibility, and that's what I wanted to point out. I have some other thoughts about Russia and Israel, but honestly, it's going to take too long, and I know there's other speakers, so I'll go ahead and land my plane there.
Thank you very much. Guys, who's next?
We've got Adam up next. I know Rigo had his hand up, but I think maybe he's driving. He put his hand down, so we'll go to Adam next. Welcome, Adam, to the stage.
Hey, thanks for having me, Miss Bryce. What's up, dude? How you doing, brother? It's been a minute.
How are you? I can't see you, but I
Adam
hear you.
Karabachi.
I hear you, Adam. I just can't see anybody, so bear
Well,
with
yeah,
me
I
if
know
I'm not giving
spaces
you
are
thumbs
messed up.
up or waving at you guys. Please know that it's not intentional.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Bryce and Miss and Bulldog. Definitely a great space. Happy to see the MAFA gone, and I'm all about it, bro. We gotta make America first again, and then the rest falls into place. Making healthy, making it great again, and I totally agree with that. So I've been running with your theme there, Bryce. I'm 100% on board with it. To the gentleman that said Arab, like I don't take offense to that personally. I was born in Syria and I moved here at the age of 4 legally, unlike the illegals. But I'm quarter Arab, Arab. If you want to be technical, it's Arab,
you know, if you really want to say it properly, which a lot of people are saying Arab is no, that's not proper even, you know, like it's, you know, people aren't going to take offense to that, honestly. I don't. I'm quarter Arab and Arab or whatever you want to call it, and 3/4 Yugoslavian. Now, I come from a family that's a Muslim Christian background because, you know, they're Yugoslavian originally. My grandmother on my father's side is the Middle Eastern one. She goes back to, you know, from Syria to Lebanon to Philistine at the time, or Palestine. Previously, of course, before the, you know, they got conquered essentially. You know, there is throughout history we have conquerors and people that get conquered. You were either one or the other, and that's the way I look at Israel. It's been conquered, and you know, I don't want to go too deep into that subject or discussion, but I just wanted to point out to the gentleman, I totally agree with you. You know, there's Islamic extremists. My, you know, that we don't fall in line with our constitutional republic. Like, for instance, you have Ilhan Omar. She's all about Sharia law and all that oppressive stuff that goes against our constitution. Where you have a person like Dalia Al Akidi that's running against her right now in Minnesota. So she's going to be running against her. If I'd like to bring some attention to her because she is a moderate Muslim, kind of like my members of my family are. My uncle on my mother's side, actually, he converted to Christianity before he died. My father was buried Muslim. Me, I'm going to be buried of a human being because I don't believe in organized religion. Uh, I'm more like I read the Bible. I accept Jesus Christ personally, and I believe in God. And that's all I really need, along with the Ten Commandments, in my personal purview of the life and the world, as long as I treat people well. And in regards to the Dalia Al Akidi, she's a moderate Muslim. She's born in Iraq. Dalia moved here. You know, she was brought here in 1992, I believe. Uh, you know, as a refugee, and she's worked with the White House. She's been a correspondent there, I believe. She's been a great staple in America, and she's going against a person that I see as an extremist because she wants to bring Sharia law into her counties or whatever. You know, I don't agree with Sharia law. I find it's a tool of oppression. So to what the gentleman was saying earlier, I didn't take offense to a single thing that he said, whether he said Arab or, you know, like that's just you know, it's something he has to work on, like specifically if he cares to. Otherwise, he doesn't need to. Uh, as far as how he says it, so I personally don't take offense to that. I don't think it's worth mentioning, honestly. And
Well, I mean, some people could take offense to it, though. I mean, like Arab.
well. No, you know, life is full of offensive things. Get used to it. You know,
Well,
you
well,
got
no.
tough skin or you don't. You know,
Well,
if that's something like a pronunciation. Somebody can't pronunciate something correctly. You say, how would you say it, David?
well, when people
Would you
say,
say it Arab or Arab or
well,
Arab?
well, to answer
Which
your
what?
question,
Maybe I should take offense to you saying it as Arab.
well, to answer your question, in America, when people say Arab, they do mean it somewhat pejoratively. So it's just a matter of, how we feel about other people. And it's political states that divide us and make it. And also, by the way, that's the reason why they invade and invite. There's certainly a good question of who we should invite and allow to come in our country. They should be acculturated or willing to be acculturated if they come over. However, how we feel about our brothers and sisters around the world who are also being oppressed by their governments every bit as much or maybe more than we are of our government, that's a different thing. So governments sort of divide us and take away that human solicitude. And I don't speak this way. That is a pejorative way of saying that.
Well, hold on now. I see. This is where I think we need to be careful. We need to be careful about putting words into people's mouth and assuming that what they're saying is what you think they're saying. So, here in the Midwest, I hear Arab all the time, but I hear, instead of people saying Italian, they say Italian. Am I supposed to be offended because these people said Italian over Italian? I think when we start to nitpick these things, we divide ourselves. and we need to focus on the things where we agree. Now, we have an individual, Adam's coming up here, and so eloquently, Adam, bravo, my friend, was telling us as a person of that belief system, of that culture, that he does not take offense to it, that he believes that what was being said was not wrong. We should give him the ability to
Right, but
say
he
those
doesn't get to
things.
speak for everybody
Sure,
else.
but
You
you know
understand?
what? But it's okay. We don't need to be nitpicky. We
I'm
need to
not speaking for everybody
understand.
else. I said I'm not offended, as
He's
in
and
I
exactly
didn't
that's
say
what he said.
we're not offended. You know.
You know, we got to stop as conservative individuals. We have to stop being offended by the littlest things. How are we going to
If
lead
anything,
the
you laugh at
world?
a person like that and say they're ignorant,
Exactly.
or
How
you
are we
teach
going to
them.
lead
Right. I
if we
agree
are
with that.
perpetuating this nonsense of being offended by the littlest things?
Well, first of all, the person who brought it up to begin with, as far as pointing out the pejorative nature of it, which it is, it's okay if we disagree with that. It is. The person who pointed that out, I don't think that I'm speaking on behalf of anybody in the room. I'm speaking on behalf of people that are halfway, or well, on the other side of the world. And I am just saying that I don't feel that way. So I liked the solidarity that the person expressed when they brought it up. And I don't think that's nitpicking. I think it's big minded. I think it's large minded. I think it's broad minded to say and feel the way that I do. I am a radical for freedom for everyone. And so that is the spirit at which I mean it. I mean, I take it with a grain of salt.
Well,
Because,
David, hold on, David. Wouldn't you
yeah.
say that you heard him say it that way? Now you took offense to it because you know that
No,
that's not how
I'm
they
actually not
refer to it.
offended.
But
I'm actually not offended.
you took a shot at him instead of
I
saying,
didn't
"Hey,
take a
that's
shot at
not
him.
the correct way to say it." Educate him rather than he's ignorant
I,
of that
no,
fact.
I didn't
Maybe
even. I
perhaps
didn't even.
he
I
might
didn't
be
even
saying it in a
address him.
pejorative way, as you were saying, but he might
No,
not be saying it in a pejorative way because that's how he reads it.
I'm sorry. Can
That's
I
how he's
get
going to
that's
into
say
this
true.
it.
That's
You
true.
don't know
conversation?
that.
That's
Excuse
So
true.
it's
me.
all assumption there.
That's true. Well, first of all, I didn't say anything to him. I was just responding to you.
No,
Let me
Hey,
say
originally
something
you
could
here
did.
I
as an
could I jump
Iranian,
When
in?
he
please.
said it, you were originally
Let
responding
me
to how
chime
he
in
said it.
Wait, no,
Let
no,
really
me
quick.
please
no,
speak as an Iranian here.
wait.
Whoa,
This
whoa, whoa, whoa.
mother is going to call for action really quickly. Postcards before you can chime in. Jojo was next. And this is good. We're all talking, but when someone's talking, make sure that your mic is muted so there's not interference, because then the conversation drags on because we can't really hear everything. So
Yeah.
I want to get to Jojo because he had his hand up and he has been waiting to chime back in.
Before we
And
do that, Miss Amorosa, I'm just going to ask everybody in this room, please let the person finish their thought, and then once they're done, ask if you can chime in and rebut to that. That way, we're not taking up all of the conversation. We've got a lot of people, I'm assuming, with their hands up. I can't see shit, so I don't know. I could be
I'll
wrong.
see for you. Don't worry. I don't worry. I know that Jojo was.
Thank you.
So go ahead,
I
Jojo.
can't see the room either. Thank you. I'm not able to see anybody. So, as far as one of the gentlemen earlier spoke about his Iranian counterpart in school, he was 100% on the money. We like to differentiate ourselves by saying Persian instead of Iranian, or Iranian. The gentleman also referring about the accent of Arab or whatever it is. You also mentioned Iraq. You called it Iraq. It's Iraq. It's Al Iraq.
Yeah,
You do
exactly.
not say, sir,
Yeah.
please wait. Please wait. You said it the way that normal regular person says it. If someone says Arab or Arab, it doesn't mean anything. It's just the way as the English pronunciation, and he speaks English. He doesn't have the He doesn't. He's not obligated to pronounce any ethnicity the way somebody else likes it. That's his English language, and you cannot hold that against him. So that's like a pointless point. But I understand where you're coming from. But that's very marginaling of a bigger picture. You're marginalizing it. That has no offense to anyone. Maybe to people in America that like to look at small things, cracks, and make a deal out of it. But that's nothing. I am from Iran. You call Iran all the time Iran. I don't get offended. I like to tell you it's Iran in my language with my accent. We say Iran, Iran together. We don't say Iran.
So it's Iraq. It's Iraq. You don't say Iraq. You say Iraq. Like that's the most offensive way of saying it. But that I understand where you're coming from. You're not a Middle Easterner. You're saying it with your own language, with your own accent. So I'm not gonna tell you to speak my language. I'm in America. When you're in Rome, you speak as the Romans do. So please, I had a tenant one time that she turned around and said to me, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I can't speak your language. I cannot." I said, "Listen, ma'am, you don't have to apologize to me. I live in your country. I need to speak your language. You shouldn't be speaking my language." I mean, this is what America has come to. That they're giving their own enemy the pleasant of being existing in among us. I don't know how to explain this. Like you are inviting your enemy and you're trying to caress them. This is how the political has been, the political atmosphere. You like apologizing, spineless, appeasing to the enemies of America. You're not disrespecting the guy who's Arab. You call him Arab. Did you say anything else besides just pronouncing his name? No. So please don't make something out of nothing. Look at the bigger picture, like you mentioned. We are all victims of the government. All the people in Ethiopia, in Saudi Arabia, in wherever you want to name it, they're just like us, me and you. They want to make their country first. So we are a symbol of democracy's freedom or whatever we have to be. We get there and they will follow if they want to. And also, as far as that isolation and being away from other governments and not getting involved, someone mentioned that I'm a warmonger. I don't know how they got that out of my from my mouth. I never said such a thing. What I vision is to make sure that people have the freedom, the democracy to get to where we want to be also by not ignoring the foreign enemies. What is happening around the world is not because we interfered, it's because we did not interfere. This is the difference. We did not interfere in foreign governments. If we interfered, then we wouldn't be seeing these things. We wouldn't be seeing people with guns on the streets in Gaza, in other nations. If we interfered and injected our American values, we wouldn't be seeing these things. So please stop saying that we should not interfere. We have not interfered. I wish America had interfered. Where they interfered was mal advice, was by solicitation of bad influences like you see today, like the lobbies that I'm talking about, the people who took George Bush to war in Iraq, the people that are now propagating against Israel. They are the influences. One of the people was saying that Israel is helping our democracy in that corner, is watching our interest in that corner. Correct. Correct. Israel is helping us have a voice in that section of the world. So they don't unite against us. What are we going to do? Just leave them and let them get to nuclear power and then come after us? When do you want to interfere? I'll land there.
Can I
Thank you.
say one thing? Please check into Skull and Bones before you praise George Bush. Everything else you said, I'll agree with, but George Bush is an interventionist, and he is, go look at his background. He's one of these occult society people.
He was influenced by a spy from Iran. Actually, he was influenced. If you read Bin Laden's Spy, you'll see that he was advising.
Oh, you mean Tim Osman? I know who Bin Laden is.
Exactly,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly.
Yeah,
So
so he was a CIA asset over in
right, he was
Afghanistan.
Iranian, and he was in the Iranian intelligence back in the days in the 50s and 60s, and then he came over and he started his work in the government today, and then he brought to America, handed Iraq to Islamic Republic of Iran. So that was, you see, again, I was a big fan of George Bush, but I had no clue in politics. And then once George Bush attacked Afghanistan, I made a YouTube name. That was the only way to protest back then. I made Iran owns George Bush. That was my way of protesting. And I was 19, 20 years old. That was the way I was protesting. I made a screen name, Iran owns George Bush.
And I was 19, 20. I had no clue what's Republican, what's Democrat. So imagine, like, you could see there's something wrong with that picture. There's something wrong. America needs to teach the world to be like them, not to interfere. Correct. We shouldn't interfere. But if we interfere, we have to do the right thing. We cannot go there and give the Taliban our ammunition.
We can
This
we
is not
can
good.
we
Can
can
I
lead by
just
example.
respond to JoJo?
Hold on one second. We
Wait,
can
no,
we
no,
can
we
lead
got to
by
keep an order.
example in
I'm
this
done.
Yeah,
country.
let's keep moving.
We can lead by example. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to say it for the next person that dares to bring up the pronunciation of anything. I'm going to say new rule. If you criticize how somebody pronounces something, you have to buy everybody that's in this space a Mafa hat. So that's
And
62 people, and that means you're going to have to buy 62 people hats. So let's move past the
exactly.
pronunciation.
I want a hat. I want a hat. I want a hat.
And as far as, having to deal with mispronunciations, I'm a Greek American, and I can't tell you from the day I went to kindergarten, no one in their life could pronounce my last name. I can't tell you all the way, but I never was offended. In fact, I'd go back home, tell my family, and we would just crack up about it because, I can't expect them to get all the I's, all the T's, all the S's. It's impossible.
For the
So
person that wanted the hat, go to americafirstpride.com. We've got Make America First Again. We've got Mafa hats, and we've got America First as well. Everything is 100% made in the United States.
yay.
I'm sorry, Bryce. Maybe it was our connection. Can you say that one more time, a little slower?
Absolutely. americafirstpride.com. It's up in the Jumbotron too. americafirstpride.com. You can it teaches you a little bit about what America First is. It teaches you about what we're trying to do. We are also going to have tabs dedicated to our veterans, and we're gonna it's under construction right now, so bear with us. It won't be for this election, but come 2026 we'll have it. We will be listing out every single America First politician that is running for office. So we'll try to get all the 50 states. We'll get as much as we can. Bear with us, please. It's going to take a lot to get that up and running, but I promise you we will be putting out every politician that we can that is America First to help you guys in your locations. So it's americafirstpride.com. It's up in the Jumbotron. I'll post it up there again. Get your America First Pride on.
If Bryce, if we're gonna have a little promotional break here.
Hey, can I talk real quick? Can I say something?
Well, hold on one second. He just wanted. Rigo, there was somebody speaking right before you. Let him finish and then go ahead.
Yeah, Rigo, just for a promotional break, I want to give a little shout out to Charlie Sue. She's a very prominent Latina for America First young lady that I happened to come across. Anyone who speaks Spanish or was Hispanic or Latino or whoever you figure yourself that you're not white but Hispanic, please check her out. She's fantastic in her organization. So just a quick shout out to Miss Charlie Sue. That's it.
Okay. That is someone I follow and I love. So shout out to Charlie Sue. Okay, I want to stay you guys in order. I got postcards, Rigo, Yankee, Philip, Dave, and then DBS. Okay? So go ahead, postcards.
Yeah, thank you. So earlier when I was trying to chime in, that was just to try to get away from that pronunciation topic. We spent 7 minutes on that particular issue and I was getting frustrated. And I just wanted to ask not to jump to my place that I was waiting for now and get to speak what I really want to talk about now. Yeah, let's make America first again. And I think that starts with this election, 25 days, and what we can do here in America. We can get more votes out. We can get more people registered in states like Pennsylvania up until the 21st, get those early in-person votes in Northampton County, Pennsylvania, really push that hard, instead of, focus on these very important and long-term conflicts and issues that are going on in other countries in the world, Palestine, Israel, Ukraine, Russia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia. and many other conflicts that are going on in Taiwan, whatever. We go on and on and on. Those things are not going to get solved in the next 25 days. But one thing that will be is if Trump gets elected, and we can play a personal role in doing that. None of us, I don't think, here are diplomats that could get, a world leader to change course or do anything like that in the next 25 days. But we can absolutely get more men to turn out to vote. 10 million fewer men voted in 2020. And I just say that every day because still not enough people know about it. A lot do. Ashley St. Clair does. Elon Musk is familiar with the concept and stuff. But honestly, I still don't think that even President Trump is aware of this. So let's spread that around into the point where Donald Trump himself realizes that there were 10 million fewer men that voted in 2020 than women. And I think we can promote this concept. I said that Trump should do a town hall with all men who are skeptical about voting, that their vote will count, that it matters, or, like some of the reasons that they haven't voted. And he would win that whole audience over right then and there, the 100 people or so that would be there. But tons of men nationwide would be watching that. And I think it could literally net him millions of votes that otherwise would not be coming in for him if he did that town hall. So everybody do me a favor. I'll post it in the Jumbotron after I'm done speaking and share that around to the point where Trump goes ahead and does this all men town hall who are skeptical about voting or their vote counting, but all lean towards him, right? And then I think that would be a huge thing that could literally net Trump millions of votes. And all we got to do is share it until the point gets through. Thank you.
Absolutely, postcards. Absolutely, 100%. I agree with you. And really that's by leading with America first, because we got to first take care of securing the win, right? If we don't secure the win, then we have a shitload of more problems to talk about. So I agree with you there. We need to focus on that. I think it's the most important issue now. Um, because everything else will still always be there. But if we don't win, then we're going to multiply our troubles so much. So thank you for coming on stage and saying that. It's super important that everyone hears that. I know we're all passionate. We're all eager to get our points across. There's so many things going on, but right now I think like the most important thing for putting America first is to get us the win and get us the victory. So let's see. After you was
Miss
Rigo.
Amorosa, how many people do we have with their
Uh,
hands up?
okay, I'm going to tell you. I've got Rigo, Yankee, Philip, Dave, DBS, Grading, Kamala, uh, and Adam. I think
Awesome.
I got
After Adam, we're gonna shut her down. I have something that I need to do after this. I'm sorry, guys. I would keep this thing open. We will be back tomorrow. It will be a free for all tomorrow. So there's going to be no specific conversation. It's just whatever's on the top of your mind. We're here 7 days a week. Work. But Miss Amorosa, once we're done with all of the hands, will you power up the Star Spangled Banner for us?
Oh yes, and I've got a special one today, sung by a children's choir. It's really pretty.
God bless
Okay,
you.
Rigo, you're up next. Go ahead.
What's up, guys? So I was hearing the conversation between the gentlemen about descendancy. I was one of the first Latino Americans to, so you guys don't know, I was at the university up in Northern California, and I was asked to write my thesis statement on removing the hyphen. Removing the hyphen is making everybody American. So I don't use those words that were said. I don't want to buy nobody a hat, Bryce. But I don't use those words. I call you an American from wherever you come. If you're an American, your descendancy is the Middle East, Italy, Europe. That's all I say. If you're Latino, depends what country you're from, I say you're an American of this descendancy. If you guys watch the Latino American town hall where Kamala bombed out and with a train wreck, they were referring to the Latinos as Americans of descent from so-and-so country. Because once you come to this country, you leave your country. It's over. It's America first. And I wanted to address again, one more time, I do not care about foreign wars. I do not care about your foreign conflict. I don't care what you think we should do. The moral authority of our country is to take care of Americans first. And I'm sick and tired of people saying we need to worry about that. No, we don't. What we need to worry about is keep an eye on stuff, but we need to worry about America first. Also, I want to let you guys know that Charlie Sue holds 5 o'clock. It's called 5 o'clock space or something. If you guys come to that space, come with receipts, because Democrats, they come in there, people come in there, and we just put it out. We put it out on that space, guys, when Charlie Sue has it. It's 5 o'clock conversations with no filter or whatever, but you have to have receipts, because when you talk to some of these people, if they do want to come in there and challenge, you have to be able to contain yourself and speak eloquently and with knowledge, so that you guys could actually get your point across and actually debate. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Charlie Sue on that. And yeah, it was a great day yesterday. I was really happy about Kamala's train wreck. Okay? Bye.
Yeah, her fake Spanish accent was really insulting. I agree with you. All right, we got Yankee, then Philip, Dave, DBS, grading Kamala, and then Adam. We're staying on track. So welcome back, Yankee.
Hey, I want to talk about propaganda, because every single war the United States has fought since World War II has been based on a media narrative talking point. Right, this began with Project Mockingbird, and trying to get the government inside of our media agencies to promote narratives simultaneously to each other, so that the narrative doesn't distinguish itself from reality, right? So it's almost so that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy at some point. And I want to talk about how both Trump assassinations, and then there was the time when Donald Trump was talking with Elon Musk when his return back to Twitter. Every single time something goes wrong, Iran is blamed, right? They just like, oh, Iran did it, right? So Iran's like becoming like the miniature Russian boogeyman, to the point that this was the same type of narrative push we saw with Afghanistan. This is the same type of narrative push that we saw with Iraq, right? We now know that the war the United States perpetrated against Iraq was under a false flag narrative. They brought us into this conflict under the pretense that Iraq maintained weapons of mass destruction. And so we went there after sending people to look for them. We couldn't find anything. And so then we just went anyways. And then while we were there, we didn't find a single one. And we know this to be true because later Benjamin Netanyahu was the reason. Okay, so this intelligence came from Israel. Israel presented us with this intelligence. This was when Benjamin Netanyahu came to our Senate and asked us to go to war with Iraq for the best interest of our own nation. They did this again not too long ago with he came here and asked our Senate to go to war with Iran. We see this over and over again. Israel asks us to go to fight wars on their behalf, and we've done that. We've done that with Lebanon. We did that with Syria. We've done that with Iraq. We did that with Yemen. We did it with Afghanistan, and now they're asking us to go to war with Iran. Because guess what? Iran is in open conflict with Israel. So it's every single conflict in the United States ends up being revolved around an Israel narrative that gets pushed out by our media. Even Kamala Harris came out today and said Iran was the greatest threat to America, more so than I actually posted the link right in the Jumbotron. I actually came out of BRICS Network. And so it's saying that Iran is the number one threat. I got to cover up JoJo. I'm so tired of propaganda people. And so we need to have a mentality to say, okay, we need to address propaganda. Why is everyone saying the same thing over and over and over again? It is because they want the United States to go to war with Iran. That is the reason we see this mass narrative being pushed out in every single media outlet. I'm going to be the one to push back and say, I don't want war with Iran. I don't care about Iran, and I don't care about Israel. I want to take care of America first. I want to take care of our problems, fix our politicians, fix our government, and not have to worry about any type of foreign engagement. And if anyone ever asks us to go to war, I've already told my state representative the answer is no. I don't want to fund Ukraine anymore. I don't want to fund Israel. I want no part in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Yankee.
May I respond as far as
Jojo, we've got to stay on track because we got to end this at in 30 minutes, and I've got a lot of speakers. I'm trying to give everyone an opportunity to speak, and I'm trying to be fair. But if we can get through the speakers quickly, then I'll go back to you. But I have Adam as our last speaker, and Bryce really likes to close the space with the Star Spangled Banner. So I've got to make sure we stay on track, or else we're going to run out of time, and then we're not going to get to the hands, and I'll feel terrible about that. So up next, we got Philip. Welcome to the stage, Philip, my guy, the warrior.
Hey guys, it cannot just be me, Alcides, and postcards, and maybe one or two others pushing the message, telling people, Northampton, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Alcides, you want to tell me how to pronounce that? Is it Northampton or Northampton? Alcides, you there? How do you pronounce that?
The North.
We're not doing pronunciation, Philip. Go ahead.
Well, I think you
Northampton.
Northampton. That's the county I'm talking about in Pennsylvania. They are doing early voting, and you can send in your ballots as well. Y'all, the ballot returns are not looking good right now. I don't know what the hell's going on, but we got to return these ballots. We got to get the early vote up in Pennsylvania. If we win Northampton, we win Pennsylvania. We're not doing too bad in Northampton, but the Democrats are up on us. We need to close the gap. In the early voting, we need to close the gap. If we close the gap with early voting, when I say close the gap, I don't mean like overtake them or even tie with them. I'm just saying close the gap to where they're not that far ahead. And we will absolutely 1,000,000% win this election, guaranteed. And we will win Pennsylvania. If we win Erie County, Pennsylvania, if we win Northampton, Pennsylvania, we win this election 100%. But guys, which is a great room. Bryce runs great rooms, so I'm not talking about him specifically. I want to be clear on that. I love Bryce. We follow each other. We respect one another. But guys, the other day I saw every room that was running, and none of them talked about getting out the vote for Trump. Not one fucking room. That's a serious problem. We can't be wasting time like that. So guys, we need everyone to push the message. Help us push the message. If you live in Northampton,
I promise you, Philip, every time I'm in a space, and in this space for America First, we are saying it as much and as frequent as we can, because for me, that is the only thing that matters. And I promise you that you have if I could cut my hand and give you my blood, man, I would, because for me, it's the most important thing. So please know that in any space actually that you guys get into, I hope you're pushing that same message, because everything else really doesn't matter.
Yeah, all that other stuff you can talk about after the election. You're not going to change anything by talking about it. I mean, really, it's just a bunch of people sitting around a room talking about stuff they're going to do nothing about. They're not going to change anything. They're just discussing things like, hey, man, do you think that this country did this? You think this country did that? Do you think that the weather's going to change today? Or it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why don't you chase some ballots? Why don't you text some people? Write a postcard, for fuck's sake. Like, what the hell are you doing? You want to save America or not, first off? But getting back on topic, we all need to push the message, guys. We have to get these ballot returns up. Got to get the ballot returns up in Northampton. Got to get the ballot returns up in every county. Got to get the ballot returns up in Pennsylvania. Got to push this message, guys. You got to push this message. AB Antonio Brown, famous football player, he's going down there to help in Pennsylvania. I mean, prominent people are going to Pennsylvania to try to wake all of us the hell up, to wake us the hell up. And we have to be pushing these messages. Y'all, 25 days left. That's going to go by in a flash. That's why in these next 25 days, we have to be pushing the message every day. This has to be our one and only focus for the next 25 days. After that 25 days, go back to talking about bullshit, any kind of bullshit you want. But for the next 25 days, we got to talk about this. Because if we don't win the election, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we have to say. It doesn't matter what we think. We're going to be fucked. So we got to win. We got to push the message.
Amen to that. And I agree. I mean, like, I feel like the world is on fire, and the only thing that matters right now is us winning the election and getting as much people on board, getting involved, taking action, and doing what we can. Because for far too long, we've been sitting on the sidelines, and it's time we get up, get off the couch, do what we can. I think I've written so many postcards, my middle finger has a permanent indent on it, but I don't care because I'm doing it for my country. And, when it's all said and done, I mean, these conversations should continue to happen, and we should continue to fight for our country. And when I say fight, I don't mean with our fists, but by staying united. And the only way we're going to win is if we stay united and get everyone on board. So I hope you guys, um, each and every time you're out and about, have those conversations with people. I mean, it could be a really simple conversation. I can have a conversation with someone at the grocery store, and before you know it, we're talking about if she's registered. And these conversations may seem like, oh, I don't know if I could do that. But once you start doing it, you feel so motivated and you feel really good about yourself because you're like, I'm actively participating in saving our country from all of the bad things that could happen if Kamala gets into office. So thank you, Philip, for coming up and saying that. Next, we have Dave.
All right. I'm just going to be real quick because I got to go too. No, I just wanted to reiterate kind of what he was saying just a minute ago about this election. I just came across a post earlier today. The masks are off in terms of what the left is doing with free speech. I read an article and the guy just called it out. He said, free speech is a problem and needs to be regulated.
The Atlantic.
So if that isn't a more existential threat to not just to our country, but to the world, okay, wherever you're from, the United States is the last bastion, in my opinion. Our structure wasn't necessarily the first, but it's been the archetype for every,